First baseman number 5, Andrew Swanda. For Roosevelt in the first, no runs, no hits, no errors, no runners left on base. Go up for the Riverhawks, bottom of the first, Rivera, Reese, Rickers. Leading off for the Riverhawks is center fielder number 2, Justin Rivera. First baseman number 10, Gabe Reese. to Owen Rickers. Now playing center field for the Roughriders, number 13, Kylan Malloy. The pitcher, number 3, Eli Schultz. Left field, number 6, Max Lang.
She made the 13 and under all-state wrestling team. They're wrestling the nationals out in Indianapolis. And Indiana is out there playing that weekend. Every meetings are coming up.
Shortstop, number 1, Lincoln Birding. in the bottom of the first, they scored 2 runs on 2 hits. There was 1 Roosevelt error and no runners left on base after 1 complete. Mason City leads 2-0. Due up for the Roughriders in the second, hitters 4, 5, and 6, Calderon, Bell, and Herman. Left fielder number 12, George Bell.
3-2.
Catcher number 1, Sonny Herman. Third baseman number 15, Evan Smithson.
Welcome if you are just joining us here. Just a barrage of technical issues today. But if you're just joining us, Mason City got up to an early lead with a 2-run spot in the bottom of the first. And Roosevelt, as you may have seen some action going on, Smith's
Yeah, it was a unfortunate slip up by Kanoa Lynn as he now exits the game having hobbled off the field.
nobody out here. That one's in the dirt. 1-1 now. Bases loaded. In a tie ball game here, 2-2. That one's popped, playable, and it'll just sneak out of play. Again, take a look at the Roosevelt batting lineup. Esplin started off, and Lynn, Swanda, Calderon, DH. Bell, Herman, and Smithson getting some time at third, and Gostomski and Prolowski rounding off the order. Again, Prolowski this year batting .400 and on base percentage of .464.
A productive man in the lower half of the batting order for Roosevelt.
And that one's driven to the gap, playable, and dropped by the right fielder. Coming in to score is Jakari Patton. And Roosevelt will take a 3-2 lead off of that error there.
Roosevelt caught a bit of a lucky one as Mace Prolowski was able to find it in the glove and out of the glove.
An unfortunate error on Owen Anderson in right field.
Now up to bat is number 2, the leadoff man, Jake Esplund, as the lineup resets.
Batting .351 on the year. Has 3 home runs, which puts him good for 5th in 4A baseball. And that one popped foul.
And is also posting an astonishing 703 slugging percentage and an equally excellent 400 on-base percentage. Just true excellence offensively from Jake Esplund.
1-1 the count here. Still nobody out. And Roosevelt has already responded with 3 runs in the top of the second. And that one popped again into center field, playable for Rivera. And he'll make the grab. And a strong throw at home, not in time, as Smithson comes in to score. Sac fly for Esplin, increases Roosevelt's lead 4-2. And another RBI for Roosevelt as they're second in 4A baseball in RBIs. Coming into this game, team total of 82.
82 through 9 games. What's it even out to? Solid 9 runs game. Not too bad.
Majority of them coming against the Marshalltown and East doubleheaders. Their last game was against Valley in a doubleheader, which they split, winning 4-2 and then losing a tough one in extras, 6-4. Hoping to find their groove. So that one's in the dirt. Evens the count here. Roosevelt a barrage in those 4 games in which they improved to above 500 after a 0-3 start. One and foul tip.
Brings the count to 1-2 for the young Rylan Malloy, who has not gotten a whole lot of time to play yet this year.
No, just only 1 at bat last season, and this is his first at bat of the brand new season. Comes in a 1-2 count here, 1 away, runners at the corners. That one low and inside, 2-2. And that one drilled into center. Rivera's under it. Playable. And the throw home. Not in time. Another sac fly. And first RBI as a Rough Rider for Malloy. Increases this Rough Rider lead 5-2.
A strong drive into center field by Rylan Malloy to a throw that is a little too far for the center fielder Rivera.
2-2.
Contributing to another
And
run
that
for
one
Roosevelt.
drilled into center.
Taking the
Rivera's
second
under it.
top the second.
Playable.
You take a look
And
at the
throw
replay
home.
here. Was a strong throw,
Not in
but
time.
not nearly in time. As we return to a meeting on the mound. Head coach for Mason City, Troy Rude. And Mason City got off to early lead here, 5-2 or 2-0, and it's been quickly erased rather extensively.
Yeah. Through a combination of a bit of luck, but also some great hitting, Roosevelt has quickly taken back this game and has given themselves a strong position, now with a 3-run lead. And it seems that they may be electing perhaps to move to the moving to the bullpen in the top of the second.
And that is number 14, Carter Clemsrud.
An early indication of offensive production if you're able to chase a starting pitcher out of the game within 1 inning. 1 2/3.
And for Mason City, it's a rather rough start for their pitching staff, as they're 27th, they're 29th rather in ERA and 31st in WHIP out of a total 48 4A schools. And they're worst coming in earned runs, as they're 34th in 4A. Trying to turn that around as they try to play also clean baseball, as they're 3rd most in errors this season. Again, new pitcher. This year he's appeared in 3 games, pitched only 4 2/3 innings this year, has a 7.5 ERA, but a WHIP of .64 and opponent batting average of .053. I'm rather confused how one obtains that stat line.
Yeah, it's a little confusing, but he has some work to do today, and will be trying to improve those numbers as he faces the heart of the Roosevelt batting lineup.
And again, to add to the confusion, he's only walked 2 batters all year, has hit 3, but hitters batting a paltry .53 average, and then somehow he's gotten tagged. Again, while we were in amidst technical, the starter today was Eli Schultz. And a rather good line. This is 1-0 coming into the game. 7.1 innings pitched, .95 ERA, and 12 Ks, sub-1 whip.
A strong first few games has quickly been shut down.
First pitch upstairs. While we were away, let's take a look at Riverhawks defense. Lang in left, Rivera. Owen Anderson in right. Rickers, Birding, and Isaac Rickers and Owen Rickers, brothers today. Rees at first, and first pitch is down. Again, Schultz just through 1 2/3 innings, and new pitcher for the Riverhawks. Still 2 outs here in the top of the second. Roosevelt put up 5 runs. Pickoff attempt. And safely. Again, Andrew Swanda up to bat. Pulowski still at first. Out 1. Doesn't find the zone. Quickly 2-0. Coming to this game, Swanda batting .355. .459 on base percentage, and leading his team in doubles this year. So he had plenty of doubles against East, and 3-0 pitch is a ball, and nightmare continues.
And going back to Swanda, despite the extremely impressive .355 average, that's really not even close to the best thing we're seeing on this team, as we're seeing guys like Kanoa Lynn batting upwards of .500. Just a frankly insane level of production from all the members of the Roosevelt batting lineup.
Before his injury, would have been nice to share his graphic, as the slash line he's putting up is just absurd. But Jonah Calderon, second at bat of the game.
And lest we remember, he was actually the man who started this inning with a clean single knock to left center.
Roosevelt batting around in this inning. Mason City just trying to get out of this one with a 3-run deficit, something manageable. And that one's driven into center. Rivera charging, and he'll grab this one. Finally end this inning for Mason City. 5 runs come across the score, and Roosevelt leads this one 5-2 as we head to the bottom of the second. welcome back here to the bottom of the second. 5-2 ball game. And leading off for Mason City's Lincoln Birding. Shortstop batting .280 coming into this game, 4 RBIs, pair of stolen bases, and a triple this year.
Solid year for him.
Take a look at the batting lineup for Mason City. Umpire barking at the third base coach for Mason City. That one's down for a ball. Evens this count here. Again, Rickers batting third. Schultz birding. And that one's tapped into the infield hole. And leadoff single for Mason City.
A well-ripped line drive. Gets right past the shortstop and the third baseman for a solid single to lead off the inning by Mason City.
And while we have time during this delay while the umpire and Troy Rude talk and argue almost. Bell in left field. Lynn was starting in center, but Malloy now in center. Esplin in right. Smithson at third today. Kostomski at short. Pulaski, Swanda second, first. Herman catching for Klo today. Take a look at Carter Klo's stats coming into this game. Appeared in a game, 3 innings pitched, 2.33 ERA, 1.67 whip, and opponents batting .273 against him. And it looks like the argument is over. And we're back to playing some baseball. Again, nice day for baseball here. 71 degrees in Mason City. Light wind, 8 miles per hour. And we're back to playing ball. First pitch. It's outside. Looks like Isaac Rickers and back Carter Klo pickoff. Everyone's safe. .1-0. That one's upstairs. .2-0. Swing and miss. And Klo went back for that one and just blew it by Isaac Rickers.
A big hack from Rickers leads to a solid strike for Carter Klo.
2-1. That one just above the zone. Now 3-1.
Klo needing to locate that same fastball that he just drew in the pitch before, hoping to find a strikeout.
That one catches the bottom of the zone. Full count.
Klo finds his location, but still with a little bit of work to do.
That one popped and out of play. Still full count here, nobody out. And that one catches the corner of the zone. First strikeout on the day for Klo. Now one away.
Good work by Clo, being able to work around the 3-1 count, not necessarily favorable, and find the strikeout. His first of the day, and perhaps the start of a bounce back after a shaky bottom of the first.
Pick off. Attempt to first. And Evan Miller, DH, bang 211 coming to this game. Has a homer, pickoff, and safely. 4 RBIs and a double. Be looking to add some more production to start this year. Again, Mason City coming into this game 6-1-1. Just coming off of a loss at Decorah. And Roosevelt, winners four of their last 5, as they're 5-4 atop their conference right now. And Miller swings through that one. Now down the count, 0-2.
Clo doing a good job finding the outer half of the strike zone, giving these batters some trouble as they're having to reach out for these balls.
1 out here, 0-2 count. Clo delivers. And that one doesn't quite find the zone there.
Tried to switch up the location on him, but the pitch got away from him.
Birding on first. And a curveball doesn't quite find the zone. Kind of sailed on Clo a bit, and it evens the count here at 2 apiece. 2-2. And nice take by Miller, and he's worked this count full.
Almost the opposite of the previous at-bat, as Clo had to work from a 3-1 count. Now after the 0-2, he finds himself completely full.
And down 0-2. Worked himself aboard with a walk, and now 2 runners on. Now Bennett Miller stands in.
Clo unable to find his spot. Strangely, well, just also a bit of a confusing at-bat there, as he looked to be throwing some really strong stuff, and then couldn't find it again.
Yeah, swings through that one to get ahead 0-1. Miller coming into this game batting .071, but a rather impressive on-base percentage, .381 coming into this game. And umpire called time. I'll close mid-pitch delivery. Still 0-1 here. 1 away, runners at second and first. That one way outside. Herman did a nice job of grabbing that one. Tense moment here already in the bottom of the second as a silence falls across the crowd. That one fouled. Don't really expect to hear silence at this point in the game.
Yeah, is it tension, or has the game just not heated up yet?
Probably a mix of both, but tying run at the plate right now in this 5-2 ball game. That one fouled off. We'll do it again at 1-2. And check swing, and he went. And Clo gets his second strikeout.
Good strikeout by Carter Clo. Able to retire the second batter, and now leave him with only 1 out of work. Bottom of the second.
Justin Rivera up to bat. It's their hottest hitter on this squad, batting .519. On base percentage .594, 5 RBIs and 2 doubles. Nice block by Herman.
Well taken there by Sonny Herman.
.1-0. That one smack back into the fence. Pickoff attempt, and that gets past Swanda. Back into the fence, and runner at first chooses to stay put, but Redding will move to third. Now runners at the corners. Still 2 outs here. 1-1 count. Just 1 out away from getting out of this and maintaining this 5-2 lead. That one outside. Two-one. Upstairs. Just above the zone. And now Chloe in danger of walking these bases loaded in the middle of Mason City's order. That one fouled back, surviving. Now Chloe worked this count full. 1 strike away from getting out of this inning. Chloe this year has issued 8 walks this year, but has even that with 8 strikeouts coming into this game. And that one in there. 3 strikeouts to get out of this inning. And Roosevelt will maintain their 3-run lead as we head to the top of the third.
Quality
2 runners left on base.
A quality bounce back inning from Carter Chloe.
We'll head to the top of the third. Welcome back here to the top of the third. Leading off is George Bell. Drove in those runs to start off that 5-run barrage in the second. Batting .280, .438 on base percentage.
A decent season so far for George.
And that one taken for a ball. Evens the count here. And like you said, decent season compared to last year where lit up the stat sheet, led his team 530 on base percentage. And that one's in there. 1 and 2. And a very patient hitter as he attained 29 walks through his junior season.
Yeah, he's a guy who likes to see a lot of pitches and does not bite on ones he's not feeling good about.
1-2. That one popped up, playable, giving it a run is Reese. And just over his head. We'll do it again.
That one was beyond the reach of any fielder as George almost sent that to the bullpen.
And Bell has probably struck out looking the most of any of this team, as really likes to just take pitches instead of swinging at them.
Absolutely does not care. Does not really care to swing at a pitch he doesn't like.
That one fouled back.
But he is willing to keep himself in it if he has to.
We'll do it again, 1 and 2. And a pitch above the zone. Stone cold take. Evens this count here.
Bell nearly swings at an awkward one, but I think he found his bearings just before it crossed the plate.
That one below the zone. And Bell worked this count full after being down the hole.
A ball that looked like it was almost certainly going to hit the inside part of the strike zone. Bell tracks it in and records ball 3 to make the count full. Good job generating pressure by Mr. Bell. And that is going to be ball 4.
Bell getting his 4th walk of the year. Leadoff base runner for Roosevelt. And now Sonny Herman.
What did I say? He's a guy who likes to see a lot of pitches, and that's exactly what he did.
Herman upped his average to 250 after the Valley series. Impressive series by him. Now with no outs, looking to bunt here. Infielders not moving in, and pitcher steps off the mound. Again, infield not really in after showing bunt. Now third baseman, feet on the grass. Rickers now moving in and pitch way out and pick off to first almost in time.
That was a dangerous move by Bell, who thought he might have had a base, but then decided to double back on it, and it nearly cost him.
Bell, an aggressive lead, almost was heading to second off of what certainly was going to be a wild pitch, but Yell was impressive behind the plate, and going is Bell. Herman swings through that one, and in time.
Bell was well out as the catcher was able to make a strong throw to second and find him very much in time.
Yeah, and that's the third runner caught stealing against Dakota Hill.
Now with
this
the bases
season.
empty, that all but eliminates the bunt for Sonny Herman.
And a nice curveball curves inside, and now down 1 and 2. And fouls this one almost into fair territory.
Herman trying to go opposite field, but was a little late on the swing.
Trying to survive that one and almost put that one into right field. We'll do it again. 1-2. That one popped, and had so much backspin just floated for birding.
Third base, number 15.
What at first looked like a decent liner into the outfield quickly died in the air as landed right to the shortstop, and Roosevelt now finds themselves quickly with 2 outs.
Now Evan Smithson stands in. Batting .308 this season in a little bit of a small sample size, as that one way inside on Smithson finds the zone.
Not sure how he could have gotten in contact with that, but he quickly finds himself 0-1.
Smithson 4 for 13 coming into this game. Now 5 of 14 after his hit in the second. And after Roosevelt crowd, small little crowd, didn't like the first call. Mason City didn't like that one, as that one evens the count here at 1-1. That one catches bottom of the zone. 1-2. One, two. That one way out the zone. Smithson even in a count here. Smithson has drawn 4 walks this season. 2-2. That one driven up into the infield. Birding bounces off his glove and reaching safely is Smithson. Was going to be a tough play either way.
Shortstop, number 7, Bo Gostomski.
And most certainly an
Smithson
infield hit.
able to escape to second after a very close play.
Gostomski batting .200 in the 8-hole this season. .368 on base percentage. First pitch outside. That one in for a strike. Trickled away from Hill, and 1-1 now. Smithson taking a very small lead off of first with 2 away here. That one just above the zone. Pitcher sets and delivers. That one fouled. 2-2. Two outs away here in a 5-2 ball game at top of the third. Runner at first.
Tense situation for Gostomski.
That one outside. Skomsky worked this count full.
If you're Roosevelt, do you feel comfortable right now with your place in this game, or still trying to tack on some runs?
Always looking to tack on runs, as Valley came from behind last game to win it. So no lead is ever too comfortable. Runner goes. That one fouled. Smithson with a head start with full count here with 2 away. Gostomski has drawn 3 walks this season. So Roosevelt is 15th in drawing walks among 4A teams. That one line towards third. Play it first in time. Nice play by the third baseman, Isaac Rickers. And we'll head to the bottom of the third. Runner left at first, and only one hit and a
For Roosevelt in the third, they scored no runs on
5-2
one
ball
hit,
game.
no errors,
So we go to the bottom of the third.
base.
Welcome back here. Bottom of the third action. Mason City still in a 3-run hole. Still looking to find their first inning success as they put 2 runs in the first, and Roosevelt responded back triumphantly, putting up 5.
I think triumphantly is a good way to put it. After getting down 0-2 and looking like the game might have been going out of hand, Roosevelt responded swiftly and efficiently, tallying up 5 runs in an explosive second inning.
That one fouled back. 2-1 now.
Time to fill up the catchers here.
And first baseman coming into this game, 379 average, has 2 home runs to his name and 14 RBIs as the team leader. And that one fouled back.
Brings it to an even 2-2 count.
And Rees, leader by a country mile in RBIs. That one knocks him.
And you could hear the impact on it
Yep.
as it collided
22, Owen Rick.
very roughly on a free base.
Home plate umpire's gonna talk with Chloe after that hit batsman. And
Curious if it was an intentional throw, maybe a bit of a warning.
well, Chloe did smile after that one. Kind of a, I saw it as a, I had you at 2 strikes and then I just gave one up, as he maybe smiled because Rees also chicken winged, it looked like, into that one.
It was a duo effort, let's say.
Yeah. Again, that's Chloe's second hit batter this season. Lead off runner for Mason City.
Hard pop in the glove on the first strike.
Owen Rickers up to bat, freshman. Just 3 for 7 this year with 2 RBIs.
Rickers facing some high velo with Chloe on the mound.
That one grounded towards Perlowski. His throw short and a throw way above the head of Swanda. And reaching on the fielder's choice is Rickers.
Gostomski nearly threw that one into the Mason City dugout.
Yeah, that Roosevelt's very lucky that one stayed in play, as runner would have been at second if it weren't for the large gate there, large fence in the dugout.
And how about the sound
That one couches outside part of the zone. Schultz pitched this game and was out by middle of the second inning. That one foul tip into the mitt, quickly down 0-2. Coming into this game, batting 167, but a 375 on base percentage and 1 homer to his name. 0-2 here. That one's outside. Clo looks and delivers. That one fouled back. Staying alive is Schultz. That one outside. Schultz evens this count here at 2 apiece. 2-2 count now. Right at first. And we'll do it again. That one fouled back into the fence. Can really feel effects of this one as the fence is kind of connected to the press box a little bit. Shakes. And a nice grab by Herman to keep that one in front of him. That pitch was way outside. Evens the count here, but runner could have well moved to second. That one spiked, and that one gets away. Doesn't matter as that one's a walk. And now runners at second and first. Now Lane. And they're actually going to take out Clo. Indeed. And new pitcher for Roosevelt. Looks like a new glove for Jake Esplin. And Esplin pitched the last game against Valley and in relief today. Last game was Friday, I do believe. And take a look at Jake Esplin's stats here. Appeared and started in 1, 4 innings pitched, 3.5 ERA, 2 WHIP, and 2.5 opponent's average. Those are his stats coming into that Valley game. After 10 innings pitched and 2 appearances, he's batting .237. Opponent's batting .237 against him. Still has a 3.5 ERA and a 1.7 WHIP. Be coming in and inheriting close runners at second and first. Again, Rickers at second after the fielder's choice, after what could have been a double play, and 2 away here in the third. But Rickers at second and Eli Schultz at first after a walk. Now up to bat is Max Lane, left fielder. First pitch to Lang. Ball downstairs. Welcome back, Luke.
Yeah, unexpectedly might have had the mic turned down there for a little longer than we thought.
1-0 count here. One away. That one in there at the bottom of the zone for a strike. 1-1. And to summarize your thoughts, what insightful information can you bestow upon us and our viewers?
Well, we were talking a bit about Carter Clough, who had, obviously by the pitching change, somewhat of a rough outing today. Not able to make it through a lot of innings, but neither was the pitcher for Mason City, as both teams have been putting up good offensive performances, and Carter Clough was unable to find the strike zone, having some real struggle with his command and giving Sonny Herman a lot of work to do.
That one driven up the infield, and Gostomski keeps it in front of him, and unable to make the play, but Gostomski, by keeping in front of him, keeps Rickers at third, but now the bases are loaded.
A fantastic attempt at a diving grab by Gostomski, as he's able to block with his body, but is not able to grab it with his glove or his hand, and is unable to record an out.
Birding batting .280 last year. And that one's popped up. Herman has a play and runs into the fence and unable to keep a hold of it. A nice attempt by Herman. And this was expected, as we do not have a proper video camera that would explain the dots and boxes in the middle, as our camera has died. Will be a radio broadcast for a little bit. Scorebox will stay as a pitch upstairs.
Yeah, we've had our share of technical difficulties today and throughout the season, just trying to accommodate for all these different venues that we're going to, and the relative
1-1 upstairs.
We'll say the relative levels of connectedness that these press boxes have had.
Do have another battery charging. We'll get video up as quickly as we can. 1-2. That one hits the knob of the bat of Lincoln Birding. Looked like a hit by pitch. You might have heard it.
That sounded like it hit an arm, but
Did indeed, but foul ball here. 1-2 count. Bases loaded. Esplin delivers. That one catches the right outside part of the zone. Looked to be good, but evens a count here at 2 apiece. Esplin. Quick delivery. 2-2. That one's in there for a strike. Birding slams the bat against the dirt. Not happy with that one. He's strikeout looking.
Esplin trying here to work his way back, as Mason City seems in a real position to get themselves back in this game after Roosevelt looks to hold a comfortable lead early.
2 away here, bases loaded. Rickers at third, Schultz at second, and Lang at first. That one driven, lined toward Prolowski, and a nice grab. And Jake Esplin comes in relief and gets out of this bases loaded jam with no runners coming around to score. 3 men left on base and no hits, as all the runners came across on mishaps. And Roosevelt will maintain their 5-2 lead as we head to the top of the 4th. 2.
Pulowski tried to reach on that one and see if he could muscle it, but was unable to get a piece. Now standing in, down 0-2.
And fouled. That one's fair. Tough play. Throw to first. Not in time. A tough play by Isaac Rickers either way. And Pulowski runs in safely.
A surprisingly perfect chopper by Mace Pulowski as he got some absurd airtime.
Throw to first. Not in
Third baseman
time.
Was not,
A
couldn't quite track
tough
it in.
play by Isaac Rickers either way.
Snuck his way onto first for the single.
Yeah. Again, you could see the effort there by Isaac Rickers, but resets the order for Roosevelt as Esplin coming to bat here in the top of the 4th. Successful outing on the mound, coming in relief, maintaining Roosevelt's 3-run lead. Be hoping to increase that here with the runner at first. And that's a ball.
Esplin, just last inning, was able to make his way out of a bases-loaded jam with only 1 out.
Pulowski, small lead off first, and is back in easily after the pickoff attempt. One 0 count here to Esplin. That one, driven foul, had considerable distance. That one hits the school, actually, adjacent to us.
A big swing by Jake Esplin for the foul ball.
One and one now to Esplin. That one grounded foul.
Rickers has had to try to pull in a couple of choppers from the Roosevelt batters just in this inning.
Playing some impressive defense there. Isaac Rickers Jr. playing third. His brother, Owen's a freshman, is playing also in the infield at second. 1-2 count to Esplin. That one way above the zone. Evens the count here. Two. That one doesn't find the zone. Nice take by Esplin. He's worked this count full.
Good work by Esplin.
And that brings out the most energy we've heard all day out of the Mason City crowd.
Yeah, it has been a very quiet day at the Mason City baseball field. Despite seeing some good scoring from both teams.
Runner goes as Esplin grounds this one. Birding unable to get the handle of it, and only play is at second as had trouble with the ball there. So we look at the replay.
Runner goes as Esplin and grounds this one. Birding unable to get the handle of it, and only play is at
again. Mason City having a lot of trouble with fielding this season as error second in errors, or third rather, in 4A.
And that is going to be Rylan Malloy now up to bat.
And back is Esplin. Esplin off the fielder's choice. And Malloy again coming in for Kanoa Lynn, as Lynn was coming in on a foul ball and seemed to injure his hamstring. Don't want to speculate, but the way he was walking and grabbing that muscle. And now Rylan Malloy in, getting his first at-bats of the season. Only had one at-bat all season last year.
For the sake of the Roughriders, hoping that it is not a major injury on Kanoa Lynn.
Swings through that one, and now 1-1. And indeed, Lynn, coming into this game, was on a tear, nearly batting 600 almost, and on base percentage in the 600s. Pitch way outside. Almost looked like a pitch out there, but Esplin taking a small lead off first. Esplin has 5 stolen bases this year and is a perfect 5 for 5. And that one fouled again.
Esplin shown discipline as a base runner, yet to get caught.
On deck is Swanda. One away here. 2-2 count to Malloy. That one grounded into the gap, and no one will be able to get there. And Esplin will hustle to third. Not RBI single, but a nice infield single for Malloy.
Malloy sneaks that one between the first and second baseman to collect his first hit as a varsity baseball player.
And Esplin probably wanted that to be an RBI single. He got the stop sign from Randy Wee. Take a look at the replay there.
That one grounded
just
into the gap,
and
and no one will be able to get there. And Esplin will
third.
Now up to bat is Andrew Swanda.
Runners at the corners here. And that one right down Broadway. And
a quality breaking ball for the first strike.
Team leader in doubles up to bat, hoping to add another couple RBIs to his name. That one drilled line to first for the out. Throw home, not in time.
And an RBI ground out. Now Roosevelt rockets up to a 4-run lead.
6-2 after that RBI ground out. And take a look
RBIs
there
to his name.
as
that one drilled line to first
and
for the out.
It's going to be a
throw
close play.
Home, not in time.
Standing up easily was Esplin. Now Jonah Calderon.
Calderon, with a man in scoring position, has the chance to bring in Roosevelt's 7th run of the game.
Loy at second. And that one fouled off of Calderon. He's in pain. Slammed his bat in frustration. It looked like he fouled that one off his knee.
That's got to hurt. Got a baseball making contact with straight ball.
That one fouled off of Calderon.
Frustrated
He's
after
in
that
pain.
one. Holding his
Slammed
knee.
his bat.
He'll shake it off. Down 0-1. 2 away here. Runner in scoring position. Already a 6-2 ball game. 0-1. That one way above his head. Just see how had to duck out of the way at that
position.
One.
Already a 6-2 ball game.
Pitch is Calderon.
0-1. That one way above.
1-1. Looking for the pickoff is Rickers, and
somehow not a balk.
I would think Carter Clemsred would had a play at second as Malloy was still well off the bag.
It's just an awkward sequence for Mason City.
Well, still 1-1, 2 away as Calderon looks for another RBI. That one fouled back. 1-2.
Oh, that one might have gone to the parking lot. apologies to any damage done by folks who may have been parked out behind the baseball field.
1-2 now. Again, Owen Rickers really hammering for that pickoff. And that one's driven into left field. This will get just foul.
Oh, man, that is one you want back. Jonah Calderon got all of that baseball.
Wee just threw his hands in disgust as he alerted Malloy that it was foul. If we had a better camera angle, would replay it, but man, that one was just a mere foot foul.
A gorgeous liner by Calderon that hooks foul by an inch.
We'll do it again at 1-2.
I know that most of the dugout probably winced seeing that one bounce foul.
He'll regroup here. That one way outside. And yeah, we'll elect not to throw as Malloy looked to be halfway between second and third.
It's really odd choices being made here by Mason City in regards to the base runner Malloy.
Really unaggressive defensive baseball here. And probably, as that one's in the dirt, Malloy will go to third. And he'll slide in easily as he gets past. And he'll hustle to home. And not close to being in time.
No slide needed. But Malloy does so just for insurance policies.
And before I could finish my thought, I was going to say Mason City, just an egregious amount of errors throughout the season to start the year, as their third most errors in 4A baseball. As
Malloy will go to
take
third.
A look
and he'll slide in easily as he gets past. And he'll hustle to home.
Calling for Malloy to come home.
And
not in time to quote. That one driven towards the infield. And birding. Throw first, not in time. Infield single for Calderon.
Collecting his second hit of the day. I imagine he would have preferred a line drive RBI double, but he'll take the infield single.
Indeed. And
brings up to the plate
George Bell. Patient hitter. Got on to first via a walk last time up. Unfortunately was caught stealing.
The victim of good defense by Mason City, which has not been in an abundance today.
It has not, as two error pickoff. Calderon back easily. Very conservative leadoff. Off of first, and still a very small lead. A 1 count here. That one inside the strike zone. Somehow found its way in there.
Bell, really an impossible situation on that second pitch, as I'm not sure how he could have made contact with it.
Now down the hole 0-2 with 2 away here in this 7-2 ball game.
Almost surprised George didn't swing on that one. Count now 1-2.
That one driven into left, playable, and Lang will make the grab. 2 runs come across the score for Roosevelt, and 1 man left on base, and Roosevelt increases their lead 7-2 as we head to the bottom of the 4th. Welcome back to the bottom of the fourth as that one's fouled by Evan Miller.
Jake Esplin back on the mound in relief after Carter Close struggled to get through 3.
That one finds the zone again. Quickly down 0-2.
Esplin showing great stuff. Chance to collect his 3rd strikeout.
Evan Miller is even this count here. That one catches the corner of the zone. First K. And again, Mason City showing the most energy all game after that call.
A wide strike zone for today's umpire, as seems like he's letting almost everything in.
And first K on the day for Esplin. So that one's in there for a strike. Owen Anderson, 0 for 2. Coming into this game, and 0 for 2 once more. That one fouled. And again, quickly down 0-2 for the bottom of the order for Mason City. That one below the zone.
Esplin tried with the curveball, but landed too low.
That one's in the dirt. Esplin moving rather quickly.
Not giving the batters a lot of time to collect themselves before each pitch.
That one in there. Second K in a row. And quickly 2 away here in this inning.
A nonchalant strikeout call by the umpire.
Yeah. It's kind of been something we've been used to all year, just kind of waiting and waiting when. And that one fouled. That one had plenty of distance on it as that one goes into the bullpen almost.
And it had plenty of height on it as well. That thing said hello to one of the light fixtures out there in right field.
0-1 count to Rivera. That one popped. Pulowski under it, makes the grab. Quickly retires the side in order. Esplin, nice outing here. 2 strikeouts, and we'll head to the top of the 5th. Roosevelt still up, 7-2. Welcome back here. Top of the 5th action. Roosevelt up 7-2. Up to bat is Sonny Herman. Herman lined out his last time. Be looking to get on base. As that one's driven, playable, and just lands foul. That one ended up near the bullpen.
Maybe not so playable.
Maybe not so playable as wind is blowing into right field. As that one ends up in the bullpen. Is it technically playable? I see It is off camera a bit, but the bullpen has a wide open line in front of it where people can go into curveball in the zone.
How would that work? Does that count as exiting the stadium at that point?
Let's go here and pan real quickly as
see if we can show the folks at home what we're talking about.
Kind of see how the bullpen fence kind of ends up as that one bounced off the pitcher and no play by Birding. And we'll get back to the real stuff that matters here as an infield single by Herman. As there is a white line in the chalk by the bullpen. Don't know if the outs would be recorded in that territory.
You think that's ever happened? Outfielders gotten a little too greedy for the out, and they just completely leave the game.
And Smithson looks a bunt, and that one right back at the pitcher. Throw to first in time. Sec bunt for Smithson, as he was 2 for 2 coming in to that bat. He'll move Herman to second.
Good selfless play by Evan Smithson.
And it's not Herman. I apologize. Courtesy runner is Patton. It looks to be a new courtesy runner even then. A lot of substitutions in this game.
Up to bat here is Bo Gostomski.
Gostomski grounded out to third his last time up. Be looking for another RBI to his total. As runner in scoring position now to increase Roosevelt's lead. That one grounded and towards Birding. Throws to first, not in time.
Great speed by Bo Gostomski on the base path. Hustled it out and managed for a single as he also grounded the courtesy runner, Henry Claypool.
Towards Birding. Throws to first, not in time.
For Birding. And now Mace Perlowski up to bat.
Always reliable, Mace Perlowski.
One of the most productive 9-hole hitters you'll ever see. He's batting .400, and that average has certainly increased as he singled last time up. Runner goes, and he'll smack that one in play. Throw to first in time, but RBI ground out for Perlowski as runner will come in to score and increase this Rough Rider lead 9-2.
Somewhat of an announcer's jink there by my partner Henry as Perlowski lowers his average a bit, but
that one
RBI.
in play.
8-2
throw to first in time,
rather.
But
my apologies.
RBI ground out for.
And it'll reset this order. Jake Esplin reached on a fielder's choice his last time up. Now 2 away. Runner at second. That one's a ball inside. Skomsky at second. Impressive speed. On the base pass. .0. That one's driven into left field and unable to make a play is Lang. Coming in to score is Gostomski. RBI single for Esplin. And this lead has ballooned 9-2.
Roosevelt continues to line in consistent hits with some also selfless team plays, and the runs pile on.
Now Rylan Malloy up to bat. Came around to score last time up.
Looks like we're having a courtesy runner substitution for Espeland.
Looks to be Joe Schwiestow for Roosevelt.
Something of a new face. Hasn't shown a lot out here.
Came in to pitch in this season against Marshalltown. Be appearing as a courtesy runner for the pitcher. Swing and a miss.
Malloy tries to get a piece of it, but ball blows right past him.
swings through that one. Quickly down 0-2. Malloy doesn't really look comfortable at this at bat as he was way behind that one.
Yeah, trying desperately to battle and perhaps showing some hesitation at the plate as he's a bit unsure of whether or not he's wanting to swing and a little late.
That one grounded. That one's in foul territory. We'll do it again.
Good job by Malloy there, finally making contact. As a batter now, you have to slowly work your way back to the at-bat. After a couple shaky pitches, hopefully finally making contact, you'll be able to draw some balls or maybe a hit.
0-2 is outside. 1-2 to Malloy.
A courageous take by Malloy, especially considering the wider strike zone we've seen today.
1-2, running at first. This 9-2 ball game, still 2 outs away here. That one fouled, and Malloy will survive this at bat.
A slow swing there from Malloy as he kind of just golfed that one.
We'll do it again, 1-2.
I think he just wanted to keep the at bat going.
Runner goes. That one looked to be called a ball, and catcher just decided to eat that one. And runner advances to second.
A lot of strange decisions being made by the battery in regards to base runners today.
Shrisao now moves to second. Runner in scoring position. Loy, chance to garner his first RBI. And that one skied a mile into the Roosevelt dugout. And no play available.
The boys get a free one courtesy of Rylan Malloy.
Nice souvenir for Amari Harvey Parks. 2-2. 2 outs here in this 9-2 ball game. Pitcher looks back at second. Really hammering a pick off his birding. That one inside. And Malloy down 0-2 has worked this count full.
Great job by Malloy. After being shaky to start the at-bat, he's worked his way back in through a combination of foul balls and good takes.
3-2 now. Pick off back, but birding and
No one there to
Rickers
field
were
that.
not on the same page.
Lack of coordination by the infield of Mason City.
And it's been the story of this defense so far this game and this season. Full count, and Rylan Malloy.
An easy one, way out of the zone, and makes his way on base. A great at-bat.
Draws a walk, and now Andrew Swanda, chance to increase this already sizable lead.
One good hit, and you're taking it into blowout territory.
Grounded to first last time up. That one grounded just foul.
I almost thought that one had hit fair.
Runners will go back to second and first.
Sharp liner by Swanda, as I'm sure he's hoping he can try to end this game early.
They are indeed in that mercy rule territory. Still needing 3 runs for that mark, as that one's driven into left. Get down for a hit. Coming around to score is Malloy. And
The
unable.
ball is dropped.
And Birding could not get the grip on that one once again.
Burning's going to want that one back.
Or Rickers, rather, coming in from third.
Designated hitter number 21 going to call room.
RBI single for Swanda increases his lead 10-2, and now
And really not the greatest send by Wee, as I think if that throw is in time, I think Malloy's probably out.
And that was Shuisao. My apologies. Malloy's on second, and now Swanda's at first. But a rather aggressive send, but it pays off as that ball was dropped.
I suppose you could also make an argument that that's just good studying of your opponent, knowing that they're not the sharpest defensively and trying to pressure them in the big moment. Works out for Coach Wee, and the Riders tack on another run.
Calderon is 2 for 2 today. Singled his last time up. He'll be looking to drive in the dagger here with 2 runners on. That one's at the bottom of the zone for a strike.
Calderon takes that one essentially right down the middle. Not showing the willingness for a first pitch swing.
Yo, 1. That one jammed him inside. Calderon wants that one back.
Way inside. Looked like it almost might have hit him.
Now down 0-2. He was down 0-2 his last at bat. And with a 1-2 count, singled.
And the key here with a man in scoring position is to just remember that you can't be too aggressive. There's always another batter in the lineup, and there's always a chance to knock in more runs.
That one driven into center. Playable for Rivera. And I'll grab this one to end the inning. 2 runners left on base, but Roosevelt puts up 3 runs in this top of the 5th. And this lead has grown 10-2. So we head to the bottom of the 5th. Welcome back. Bottom of the 5th action. It's Roosevelt ballooned this lead 10-2, and now Esplin still on the mound for this one. Gabe Reese stands in. That one's a ball. Reese was hit by a pitch his last time up. It was ultimately one of the last batters Carter Clow would face. That one fouled. Quickly down 0-2.
Esplin showing some great pitches on the mound. Has made it through 2 scoreless innings so far.
1-1. That one finds the bottom of the zone. Mason City dugout not appreciative of that call. 1-2. That one grounded towards Perlowski. Throw to first in time. 1 away.
Good pitch, good grab, good throw, good out.
Some sound defense by the Roughriders as now Owen Rickers comes up to bat. Grounded into fielder's choice. His last time up as that one misses the zone. That one doesn't find the zone as well. Esplin already setting for the 3rd pitch. That one in there for a strike. Very quick set and delivery. 2-1. That one's popped up. Swanda has a play at it. and that one just bounces into the fence.
Tried hustling out to that, but landed a little too far out for anyone to make a play on it.
Looks like Jakari Patton now in right field.
A lot of movement all over the diamond for Roosevelt today.
2-2 count. That one finds a corner of the zone. Third strikeout of the day for Esplin.
Wheeling and dealing.
Eli Schultz walked his last time up. Be looking to just extend this at bat just a little longer for Mason City as first strike. So far, Esplin has retired the minimum. And he's had a rather quicker setup and windup between pitches than usual. Is that one fouled? No play available.
Yeah, it seems like he's really taking that approach of throwing a lot of pitches down and trying to give the batter a little time to breathe. Maybe catch him swinging at some not so ideal pitches.
1-2 pitch misses down, evens the count here. Yeah, Esplin having some serious pace throughout this inning. 2-2. That one fouled. Playable for Smithson, and it'll make the grab.
An easy 1-2-3 inning.
1-2-3 inning for Esplin as he's faced the minimum through the fourth and fifth innings. We'll head to the top of the sixth as Roosevelt looks to end this one early with their 10-2 lead. Welcome back to top of the sixth here. Up to bat is George Bell. That one driven into left for a base hit. Bell hustling around first, and he'll retreat back to first.
Great job tracking the ball in by George Bell as it had a bit of a break on it, but he got a great swing and was able to line it out safely.
First pitch swing for Bell, and he's aboard with his first hit of the game. Now Herman at bat. He singled his last time up.
Roosevelt already threatening early.
First pitch to Herman, catches the bottom of the zone.
Roosevelt trying to keep the good offense rolling.
0-1. That one way outside. And Carter Klemsrud still in this one as Eli Schultz started this game. Only went through 1 2/3, and he's had this ball for the rest of the way. And this 10-2 ball game. That one driven. just foul. That one was tattooed towards left, but just a foot foul.
We've seen a lot of clean line drives out in the left field today that bounced foul. Good contact from everyone in Roosevelt today.
1-2 count now. Conservative lead by Bell. That one fouled. We'll do it again. One, two. That one outside the zone. Evens the count here. And that was a nice take by Herman with this rather liberal strike zone today. Runner at first here, nobody out in the top of the 6. 2-2 count to Herman. That one fouled back.
Herman trying to extend the at-bat and, if possible, drive in his teammate, George Bell.
Smithson's on deck. He's 2 for 3 today. 2-2 count to Herman. And this 6th inning in this 10-2 game where Roosevelt could put the mercy rule in effect. That one inside on Herman has worked this count full. Nice at bat by Herman as he's looking for his 5th free pass this year. Time called by Herman.
Looking to reset and, if possible, maybe collect another hit today. Count's full.
That one inside on Herman, and he does indeed walk at this at bat, and now two first runners that Clemens Red faces in the 6 have reached.
And the courtesy runner is called for Sonny Herman.
Henry Claypool as the courtesy runner for Herman, but meeting at the mound, and this looks like it's it for Clemens Red.
Tried his best having to go in for a long relief day, but Roosevelt collected a number of knocks on him and was not the strongest outing.
Give their applause as Lang looks to have this game the rest of the way, and Owen Anderson moving into right. It is indeed Max Lang for the rest of the way. Coming into this game, he appeared in one game. Only 2/3 inning pitch, but no earned runs on him, and a 1.5 whip. And opponent's batting .333 against Lang.
Not a large sample size, but some solid metrics for the kid.
And he comes in from left field while he gets his warm-up pitches. Looks from big games across 4A. Fort Dodge facing off against Des Moines East Scarlets. That one's a doubleheader, along with Marshalltown and Des Moines Lincoln, Rail Splitters. Big matchup of the reigning champions, Little Cyclones against the Ankeny Hawks. Johnston facing off against Urbandale, Southeast Polk. Matchup with Waukee Northwest, and then Valley, doubleheader against Ankeny Centennial. Very stacked CIML conference, and important conference game for Roosevelt, for East and Lincoln, as Roosevelt hopes to maintain their conference lead, as we'll take a look at the conference standings. Roosevelt 4-0 against Alliance Conference members, and they lead their conference South despite the 5-4 record. Lincoln just following behind them, Ottumwa East and North. And then that tie you saw with East happened to be against Mason City. Game possibly called due to darkness, and Mason City's atop the Alliance Conference North standings, just holding off against Fort Dodge, Ames, Waterloo, East, and Marshalltown.
Now up to bat is number 15, Evan Smithson.
Takes that one for a strike. Again, 2 runners on, nobody out here for Smithson, as he is the chance to end this one early in the bottom of the 6th.
And history shows that he might, as he's been a productive man.
Throwing back to second, and just lucky to keep that one in front of him is Owen Rickers.
Back to Smithson. A good chance to potentially end this game, as he has been a very productive player in the lower part of the lineup for Roosevelt.
Oh, 1, runners go, and everyone's safe off the double steal. Bell in safely to third, and that double steal was just executed to perfection.
Beautiful base timing from Roosevelt.
0-1, runners go.
So
And
take a look at
everyone's
the
safe off
both
the
of them
double
got.
steal.
A good send by Randy Wee leads to
1-1. That one's in the dirt. 2-1.
leads to 2 more stolen bases on the year for Roosevelt, who continues to tally up.
Roosevelt has dominated the base pass, as they're 11th, or 9th rather, in stolen bases. That one's popped up, and Birding calls off Isaac Rickers for the first out. Unfortunate pop-up for Smithson, but just the first out of this inning. And up next is Bo Gostomski.
Roosevelt still plenty of time to do damage.
Singled his last time up. Has a chance to add 2 RBIs to his total with both runners in scoring position. That one finds the outside part of the zone for a strike. Oh, 1 count, 1 away here in the top of the 6th. That one lined past the infield gap, and Bell will come around to score. Plate home in safely is Henry Claypool. RBI single for Gostomski. And this Roosevelt lead is now 10. Magic mark here. 12-2 lead for Roosevelt. And
a quality knock by Roosevelt leads to 2 more runs, as they hope to close this one out. Now up to bat, Mays Perlowski.
that one taken.
Pull.
At the quick pace of high school ball. That one gets away from Hill. And moving safely to second is Gostomski. On deck is Jake Esplin. That one at the feet. 2-1. Roosevelt has back to their dominant scoring ways that almost saw disappear as runner goes almost. And looks like Gostomski really wanted to go to third and then backtracked contract midway.
I
As
think
we
he
take a
was
look.
Roosevelt has back to their dominant scoring ways that almost saw disappear
And he
as
was
runner
halfway
goes almost.
past second and third.
It
before.
looked like Bo was really hoping for the pass ball there.
That one finds his own. Evens the count here at 2 apiece.
I think after seeing their prior success with stealing the bases, Gostomski probably got a little too big for his britches there and had to retreat.
And that one out of the zone for the walk as Skomsky does indeed steal third.
Catches the Mason City infielders at a bit of a standstill and takes the base with comfort.
Now Esplin, as if this one wasn't already blown open enough. Runners at the corners with one away. And it's a 12-2 ball game.
The chance to build on this lead.
He singled his last time up. That one skied. This one's playable for birding. Calls everyone off and grabs it for the second out. That one said hello to a couple of birds in the air.
Yeah, a high ball for Jake Esplin, who maybe was trying to go yard.
And PA wanting to get Mason City out of their misery here.
I think, really, if you're Mason City, you've got to be looking forward to the next
And a really
My goodness.
wild jump by Perlowski as he was going before the pitch even left the hands. As we
Really,
take
if
a
you're Mason
look
City, you gotta be looking
here,
forward to
and
the next
and
one.
Perlowski just was
really
already
My goodness.
wild.
second as there's a drive into right field, and not unable to make the grab is Anderson, and coming in to score, Mace Perlowski.
The route is on.
2 RBI double for Ryan Malloy. Rylan Malloy having himself a nice game, in which one he didn't think he'd start here.
Yeah, despite obviously the unfortunate injury to Kanoa Lynn, Rylan Malloy has certainly stepped up to the plate today and has got himself a piece. Collected a couple of hits and has shown good stuff.
And Swanda stands in as this game has blown wide open here, 14-2. That one hits him, and Malloy will attempt to steal third, and he'll be out.
I think they just wanted to end the inning there.
An aggressive steal there. Doesn't pay off, but Roosevelt puts up 4 runs in the 6th. And Mason City now down to the last 3 outs as we go to the bottom of the 6th. Welcome back to the bottom of the 6th here. Last 3 outs for Mason City. As first pitch is down for Max Lang. Now the pitcher.
And Mason City looking forward to the next game, doubleheader.
That one grounded back towards Esplin, and he'll really run An underhand toss to Swanda for the first out.
Looked like he tried the foot race with the
He,
base
he
runner.
did try the foot race there and realized rather 6 feet away from the bag that probably wasn't work out. Nice hustle by Lang there, showing fight in this 12-run deficit as Burning swings through that one. And I'd imagine that's stuff you'd like to see, hustle in this portion of the game, where the decision was made probably around the 4th inning.
Absolutely. As a coach, you like to see that in your players. No matter the situation, you continue to show fight and continue to show effort. And to Mason City's credit, they do still have another game in the doubleheader. If they try to iron out the mistakes that they made today and come back in razor focused, anything's possible.
2-2 to Birding. And this is a doubleheader as Birding swings through that one.
And really, if we'd like to go back to early in the game when Jake Esplin first came in, let's recall that Mason City was threatening as they had the bases loaded and only one out. But after the mistake there and stranding all the runners, it seems like they could never really find their footing as the momentum continued to swing further and further in Roosevelt's direction.
That one's a ball. That was the 4th strikeout for Esplin today.
So really, I mean, Mason City, they just want to get back to that moment and see if they can work themselves into a close one next game and try to keep it close.
That one driven into right. Patton's under it, and will record the last out. And Esplin faces the minimum through the 4th through 6 innings, faces 9 batters. An impressive outing in relief in this dominant showing by Roosevelt as they take this first game 14-2. And first pitch for game 2 will be around 7:35, 7:40-ish. But dominant showing for Roosevelt as they win this one 14-2 and improve their record 6-4. Welcome back here to Game 2 of this doubleheader between Mason City Riverhawks and Des Moines Roosevelt Roughriders. Last game, just absolute demolishment, really. Demolition.
Roosevelt coming off of a thrashing of Mason City in the previous game where their offense was able to put up 14 runs.
And that's probably a very angry Roosevelt lineup coming off of a really heartbreaking loss against Valley, in which Colton Remick walked them off with the 2-run blast, winning that ball game 6-4 in the bottom of the ninth, and Roosevelt missing the opportunity to sweep that doubleheader. And they came into this doubleheader still 5-4 atop their conference, but now a dominant 14-2 win. How does Mason City respond?
Well, I'd say really the biggest thing that they have to address was the defense. Gave up a few errors and really were not threatening at all to the base runners for Roosevelt. And if you know by watching the Roughriders, stolen bases are the name of their game. Stolen bases and base hits are how they like to draw in a lot of their runs as kind of a smaller team with not a whole lot of power. So if you're Mason City, you got to start challenging them more on the base path and try to keep them honest, because towards the end of that game, they were just taking some really easy bases.
And for Mason City, their defense, as mentioned, laying in left, Rivera in center, Rees moving from first to right. Birding moves to third, Owen Rickers in short. Vance Anderson now at the game, second. Baker from DH moving to first. Braden Miller on the mound. And Jelly catching. Take a look at the Roosevelt lineup real quick. Esplin leading off, followed by Malloy, now taking the place of Kanoa Lynn. Swanda, Calderon DHing, and Bell Herman, and then Carter Clough in the game, and Gostomski Perleski round out the bottom of the order. That one lined fair into left. Coming around first is Esplin. Played second. In time. Leadoff double for Jake Esplin.
Esplin coming off a sharp outing on the mound. Rips a hard liner into left field, and it gets down for a clean double to start this game.
That one lined fair into left.
Immediately
coming around
out
first.
The box.
Is Esplin.
Sliding.
Played second.
Safely.
In time.
Now Rylan Malloy. He's 2 for 2 his last game with a walk, coming off an impressive game in which Kanoa Lynn. And he drives this one in to the gap in left center. Coming around to score is Esplin. Play at second. Not in time, as the umpire just makes the call safe. RBI double for Rylan Malloy, and quickly Roughriders up 1-0.
Malloy showing off the wheels as he drives in Esplin and decides to take another one himself.
And let's take a look.
RBI double for Rylan Malloy, and quickly
like
Roughriders up 1-0.
Malloy's showing off the
wheels. He went right for it.
And changes to the mound right now. Andrew Swanda up to bat. And quickly 1-0 for the Riders with nobody out and still runner in scoring position now. Again, first pitch. That one fouled back. Let's take a look at the stats for Braden Miller. Coming into this game, 1-1, 6 2/3 innings pitched, 2.1 ERA, 1.8 WHIP, but opponents only batting 174 against him. Oh, 1 to Swanda. That one driven into left, but foul. Okay, you're just joining us. I'm Henry Gonzalez, joined by my partner, Luke Garcia, here at Mason City.
Bit of a road trip, and we were happy to bring this broadcast to you all who might not have wanted to make the 2-hour drive.
Again, was an eventful 2-hour drive for us in 70 degrees, Mason City. That one fouled off of Swanda's knee. Now down 0-2.
Swanda's knee wanted to put the ball in play, but the umpire says no.
That's a tough one to put foul onto your body. Now down in the hole, 0-2. And takes that one upstairs.
Not a whole lot of velo shown from Miller today, as these pitches are taking a lot of time to cross the plate.
Perhaps maybe causing some timing issues for some, but so far the Roughriders able to put up solid contact as second pitch Espelin drove that pitch into left field, and Malloy put that one in the left center gap. And not even 8 pitches into this game, and Roughriders already up 1-0. And third batter at the plate. Swanda looks at the 1-2 and taken outside, evens this count.
After a rather wide strike zone in the first game of the doubleheader, it looks to have tightened up as Swanda takes one that looks like it might have been on the border.
Indeed, it's strike zone rather considerably smaller. 2-2 now. Swing and a miss. Swanda down on strikes for the first out of this game. Now Jonah Calderon. He had a pair of singles in last doubleheader.
Pair of singles to go with perhaps one of the most gorgeous foul balls we have seen this season.
Unfortunate that that one was not fair. That one's inside. One away here. Malloy on second, trying to come around to score. 1-0. That one jammed him inside, and play at first is in time. Nice catch by Owen Rickers to get that one. That one had serious backspin, but Malloy moves to third. Oh.
From my point of view, it looked like he might have been off the bag, but umpire calls the out.
In my view, I was blocked by the pole, so I will defer to you on that play. Pitch upstairs to Bell. But nonetheless, 6-3 on Calderon's ground out. And now 2 away after the first two runners reached. And a high curveball by Miller makes this one 1-1. George Bell, a nice game last time. That one finds the bottom of the zone.
Bell getting a lot of time to decide on these pitches, but still hesitant to swing.
Again, very patient hitter in this lineup. 1-2. That one driven past Baker, and coming in to score easily is Malloy. Nice hit by George Bell. And just an impressive at bat. And
that one driven
past
past
that one opposite field.
Baker,
Yeah,
and coming in to score easily
Bell,
is Malloy.
Looked like he might have been having some trouble in the at bat, but quickly gathers himself and gets in his first base hit of the day. Second game of the doubleheader, that is.
Now Sonny Herman up to bat. Had a quality game, drawing a walk and singling. Pitch way outside in the dirt.
And Roosevelt already getting on top of the pitcher, Miller. who has shown some early struggles taking guys out.
Yeah, already down 2-0 in the top pickoff and almost caught Bell by surprise. That was a really close. And Miller steps off the bag. Looked Bell
like he was starting his
back to
windup.
second. Yeah. Umpire right there to make the call. Does not
elect for a warning or a balk.
Still 3-0 count. 2 outs here. Runner at second. And that one catches part of the zone. 3-1.
Understandable decision by Herman, electing not to swing at the 3-0 and try to have Miller work his way back in.
3-1. That one. Oh, catches bottom of the zone.
The large strike zone rears its head again.
And perhaps instead of a large zone east to west, this one maybe down south.
Absolutely.
Full count to Herman. That one certainly in the dirt for a walk. Second walk of this doubleheader for Herman. And now runners at first and second for Carter Clough.
Herman tries to get his way in Miller tries to get his way in for the out, but Herman, remaining disciplined, waits for ball 4, and now his courtesy runner takes first base.
Joe Suisow, courtesy runner for Herman. He's on first. And Clough coming into this season, or into this game rather, 2 for 2. He'll be getting more action in left field today after appearing in today's doubleheader.
Yeah, had a pitching appearance, but wasn't throwing his sharpest pitches today, and only left after a couple innings.
Pitch 3 as that one drills him in the arm. Looks to be okay. Certainly don't want to see that for one of your pitchers, but bases are loaded for Bo Gostomski.
Gostomski already with the chance to send a skyrocketing lead in the top of the first inning.
And you're right, 2 away here. 2 first runners were aboard and came around to score quickly. Mason City got 2 outs, but now have loaded the bases here after a single walk and a hit by pitch. That one is in there for a strike.
A pinpoint strike. Looked like it was low and outside. Painted the corner.
Gostomski singled 2 times last game. That one's outside the zone. 1-1. And a pick off to third. And umpire barking at the Roosevelt dugout that was not a balk. We'll do it again.
Some chirping from the Roosevelt field.
1-1, fouled.
Maybe trying to get in the head of the pitcher there and see if it rattles him.
Rather interesting decision to attempt to pick off at third with the bases loaded with 2 away. 1-2 count here to Gostomski. That one fouled again.
Good job by Bo fighting that one off, but I'm not quite sure it was what he wanted, which looked to be a bit of a high pitch.
1-2 now. 2 away here in this 2-0 ball game with the bases loaded. Miller delivers. Swing and a miss. 2 strikeouts in this inning, but Strand's Roosevelt base runners as 3 are left on, but Roosevelt scores 2 in the top of the first to open up the second game of this doubleheader. Welcome back to the bottom of the first. Let's take a look at the Roosevelt defense. Again, pitching last game, but in left field, Carter Clough. Malloy taking over for Kanoa Lynn. Kanoa Lynn said he felt a pop rounding the bases and be hoping to return this season. But Malloy takes a spot in center field for this doubleheader. Espelin in right. Bell moves to third. Kostomsky in short. Perlowski second. Swanda still first. Today's starters, Henry Claypool and Herman, still behind the dish. And let's take a look at Claypool's stats. Appeared in a game, 3 innings pitched, 2.33 ERA, 2 whip, but opponents batting measly 182 against Claypool.
Hard to draw a hit off Henry Claypool so far this year.
Indeed, Mason City's batting order. Vera leading off, Reese, Lang, and Birding cleaning up, Baker and Rickers, and then the brothers of Braden Miller and Evan Miller, and then Dakota Jelly rounds off the bottom of the order for Mason City. First pitch outside. Justin Rivera looking for more dominant hitting that he's used to. Last game didn't quite get the production he wanted. But coming into this game, batting .519 and on base percentage of .594.
He's had a good season, but ran into some trouble today against Jake Espelin and the Roosevelt Roughriders.
And that pitch had him looking silly as he
Percentage of .594.
swings almost out of his shoes there.
He's had a good season,
And
but ran into some trouble today against Jake Espelin and the Roosevelt
now
Roughriders.
down the hole. That one's in the dirt. Or count his change rather, 3-1.
Claypool at risk of putting the first man aboard.
(3-1) is down below the zone. Leadoff walk for Justin Rivera. And walks becoming an issue. That's his 7th free pass issued for Claypool this year. Now Gabe Reese coming into this game. Started at first, but moves to right this game. And that one. Throw to second in time. And it was very unclear what the umpires ruled, as they're going to rule that a double play.
Wow.
Wow. Let's take a look.
And that one,
as umpire really didn't give a
throw
call,
to second
but the
in
second
time.
base umpire.
And it was very unclear.
It's wild
the
sequence.
umpires ruled.
Actually there, really late there,
and
is
that
when the
one.
umpire made the out call.
Throw to
Yeah,
second
it looked like
in time.
Interesting.
the umpires
Yeah.
weren't really sure whether they wanted to rule that one foul or fair. And I think the delayed call leads to some offensive confusion for the Riverhawks.
And now head coach Troy Rude kind of trying to make his point here, but it's already
And I certainly
decided.
think there's an argument to be made. When the call is so delayed like that, it puts your offense in a standstill, and your players aren't really sure, am I supposed to run? Am I not supposed to run? I think that's a critical missed call.
You're right, as the runner, Justin Rivera, kind of was stuck between first and second. First pitch at the knees for a strike to Max Lang. Score that one 3-6 double play. That one fouled. Lane now quickly down 0-2. An odd start to this bottom of the first here, as Mason City looked to reply nicely, but now 2 away. Lang searching for his first hit of the day.
And that pitch goes up and down, but can't find the strike zone.
2 away now in this 2-0 ball game. 1-2 count to Lang. Claypool delivers. Fouled again.
Good contact by Lang.
We'll do it again. 1-2.
Claypool stands in. Pitch on the way.
Out one, fouled again. Nice 5-pitch at bat going. And for Mason City, that's probably beneficial, as Braden Miller barely had any time to
you want to
grab a seat.
You want to give your pitcher time to catch his breath and cool down his arm before he has to go out and pitch another inning.
And that one doesn't find the top of the zone. Evens this count. That one driven. Pass, Perlowski, and Esplin will eat that one. Max Lang singles for the first hit for Mason City.
A great at-bat for Lang as he continued to stay in it and foul off pitch after pitch and eventually found his one to drive opposite field in the right and made it in safely for a little single there.
Birding 0 for 3 last game. That one up inside.
Claypool checks the man on first.
Small lead by Lang. Swings through that one.
Critical for Mason City to try and remain in this game after the deficit continued to slip away from them early in game one.
Runner goes. Herman's throw to second, and not in time. Laying in safely, stolen base.
And as I was saying, it's critical that Mason City tries to keep it a close one because while they were threatening early in the game in game one, eventually they let some difficult ones get away from him.
Claypool.
Wow.
Moves Lang to third. I was just going to say that was Lang's 6th stolen base of the year. He's 6 for 7, but now moves into third off the balk. Still 2 away in this inning. 2-0 ball game. So Roosevelt got out to an early lead. One and 2 count. That one's, and it will get down for a hit. Gostomski diving attempt, but unable to gather that one. And RBI single for Lincoln Birding.
Quality hitting there by City as they continue to work counts and
that one's
are trying to find themselves late to hopefully pull off a 2-0
and it will get down for a hit.
Roosevelt to 2 runs in the first.
That one's in the dirt. And you can see from the replay, Gostomski just laid out for that one, but unable to make the grab. Pickoff attempt, unsuccessful. Braden Baker, and that one drills him in the back. And hard 90.
Baker tries to get out of the way, but I think he was fully unprepared for the pitch to beam straight at him, and Claypool now has 2 men on.
And got the first 2 runners out, but now the next 3 have reached. And now Owen Rickers, limited sample size, but 2 RBIs on the season, hoping to tie up this game in the bottom of the first with only 2 away. That one's up and in for a ball. Burning's on second, Baker at first. That one catches the top of the zone.
Henry trying to relocate the strike zone and hopefully avoid any more trouble, as really after that awkward double play, Mason City has found their confidence again, and it seems like they're trying to threaten him and maybe take the lead.
Ball catches the bottom corner of the zone.
Really after that awkward double
Rickers
play,
can't believe it, held his
Mason
head
City
in
has
disbelief.
found their confidence.
That one's drilled into left field. Get down for a hit. Coming around to score is Birding. And Mason City has tied this ball game in the bottom of the first with 2 men out.
And the Mason City bench sounding the loudest they've been really all afternoon.
All game. All afternoon. Baker moves to second and Rickers at first.
This has quickly transformed into a whole new ball game.
Roosevelt had 2 men away, and honestly, it's unsure if they should be in this position after that awkward double play. Perhaps they go into this inning with nobody out, but luckily for them, that double play was ruled. Courtesy runner for Mason City is Graydon Fitzgerald. But batting is Braden Miller, the pitcher. He'll now go into the inning with a fresh slate, as it's a tie ball game now. That one fouled. Two ball game now. 2 runners on board. Baker at second, but now pinch run for. And Rickers at first. One to Braden Miller. That curves in beautifully for a strike. Now 1 strike away from getting out of this inning. One, 2. That one driven to Perlowski. He'll throw to first in time. 2 men left on base for Mason City, but a nice response with 2 outs in the bottom of the first. Ties this ball game at 2 apiece. We'll head to the top of the second. Top of the second action here. And Roosevelt got out to early 2-0 lead, but a nice reply by Mason City has tied this up. And Perlowski grounds this one, middle of the infield. Tough play, and out at first. Owen Rickers with a nice play at short.
A sharp play in the field by Rickers as he's able to swoop in.
Early 2-0 lead, but a nice reply by Mason City has tied this up.
The first down,
and Perlowski grounds this one, middle of the infield. Tough play, and out.
Quickly one away. Now Jake Esplin up to bat. That one's in there for a strike. One and one to Esplin. That one's up. Esplin doubled his last time up and came around to score to put the first run on the board for Roosevelt. That one catches the ball of the zone. 2-2.
Esplin's collected a nice double to start the game and looking to hopefully go 2 for 2.
That one fouled
But
off his shin, it looked like.
Finding himself way behind in the count, he's probably going to have to try to work his way into it.
Two. That one curved in, doesn't find the zone. Esplin has worked this count full. That one driven into the infield. Tough play by Rickers. He'll throw to first in time.
Rickers given 2 chances today to make an out. 2 chances this inning, and has cashed in on both, as Roosevelt quickly finds himself down now with 2 outs.
And we'll take a quick look at that one.
That one driven into the
Had to go a
infield.
long way for that
Tough
one.
play by
And Loy grounds this one to second in time.
Trying to show off the wheels, but couldn't make it to first.
And after 8 batters came around in the first inning, Braden Miller retires the side in order. We'll head to the bottom of the second. Still tied at 2 apiece. Welcome back. Bottom of the second action here. Evan Miller, the DH, stands in. First at bat of this game. Coming into this one, batted 2-11. That one falls in nicely. Claypool looking to have a better outing this time, as first pitch is a strike. 0-1. Fouled. Down 0-2.
Claypool found himself in some trouble at the end of the first inning, but was able to work his way out of it and successfully avoid a bases loaded scenario.
Swings for that one, but stays alive.
Catches the tip.
We'll do it again. Swing and a miss. First strikeout of the day for Claypool. And he retires Miller on strikes.
Now at bat is Dakota Jelly, the junior.
Limited sample size. 1 for 9 coming into this game. That was Claypool's 8th strikeout this season. That one down. Again, that one doesn't find the zone. Yelly ahead now, 2-0 with 1 away. Swing and a miss. Had him out in front of that one.
Claypool confirming the pitch with Herman.
That one's outside, 3-1.
Really trying to put his back into these fastballs, but not consistent today in locating the strike zone.
Now in the hole, 3-1. Claypool sets, delivers. And that one above the zone. A walk issued. Second of the game for Claypool. Now leadoff man, Justin Rivera.
Trying to make himself earn these outs.
Rivera stands in. He walked his last time up. That one above the zone.
Tries to loop the curveball in. Finds himself way above.
Small leadoff first by a courtesy runner for a city as that one below the knees.
Henry Claypool continuing to throw outside, and it looks like Coach Wee and Herman are going to have a quick meeting with him at the mound.
So far, unable to find his stuff in the zone.
Outside of that bizarre double play, it's
outs have been hard to come in.
It's been a rocky outing for Claypool.
And there's actually no designated or courtesy runner for the catcher, Dakota Jelly. And after a meeting on the mound with Coach Wee, a renewed focus for Claypool as he tries to maintain this tie ball game with a runner at first and only 1 away. (2-0) to Rivera. Catches the bottom of the zone.
Claypool with a promising first pitch out of the mound meeting.
Claypool started off this inning with the strikeout in 3 pitches. That one jammed him inside a bit. Wanted to swing at that one, but pulls back for 3-1 count. And that one's down below the zone. Third walk issued by Claypool. Now 2 runners on.
And it hasn't been the sharpest for either of the starting pitchers for Roosevelt in today's doubleheader, as both have faced issues with locating the strike zone, and neither has shown very confident command.
Gabe Reese now in to redeem himself after he grounded into a double play that last inning. That was a
debatable double play.
Very odd double play. And that got Roosevelt out of that inning. Swings, first pitch. Malloy under it, charging, and unable to grab it. Coming around third. And now bases loaded for Mason City. Nice play by Chloe to gather that mishap.
First pitch and a big swing. Skies that one out into left center, and despite Malloy's best attempts to reel it in, he falls just short of the catch as there is another mound meeting.
And
you gotta wonder if Weeds turned to the bullpen.
Another lengthy discussion.
Would be extremely discouraging.
And it looks like he will head to the bullpen.
Wow. After only 1.1 innings of work, Henry Claypool's day is over. And that looks to be the sidewinder, Tino Alaniz.
Claypool ends the day allowing 4 hits and issuing 3 walks, hits batsman, and after 1 1/3, his day is done. And that is correct. Tino Alaniz is in for the Roughriders. He pitched rather quality innings in the Valley doubleheader. Both times came into those games. And coming into this game, he's pitched an inning, 7 ERA, 2 WHIP, and opponents batting .400. And those stats were going into the Valley series. It's now improved.
Largely inflated numbers due to some poor fielding in the original Southeast Polk series where he appeared.
He's now pitched 4 innings, appeared in 3 games. Opponents batting .214 against him. His ERA down to 1.75, WHIP 1.25.
And Alaniz essentially responsible for the start today, as he has a whole lot of the game ahead of him.
Bases, he comes into the game with bases loaded and only 1 away. Have some circus magic tricks up his bag. Tries to maneuver his way out of this one. First pitch outside. Here's his updated stats coming into this game after much improved outing against the Valley Tigers. 1-0. That one fouled. Playable, actually. And a nice diving grab by Esplin. Throw home, but not in time. Sack fly for Max Lang. And Mason City takes the lead.
Valiant attempt on the throw by Jake Espeland, but Doesn't make it in time.
And a nice diving grab by Esplin. Throw home, but not in time.
Indeed. First lead of this game. They took the lead to start out this game in game 1. Now changing the story, but nice diving grab by Herman.
All in knees with runners on the corners, the 2 outs.
Again, nice grab by Herman. Burning 1 for 1. He came around to score in that 2-run inning in the first. Runners at the corners now. That one's in there for a strike.
Tino, the right-hand sidewinder, having a bit of trouble finding his spot early in this at-bat, but records the first strike.
Rivera at third, Reese at first. 2 away here. That one doesn't find the zone. 3-1.
Tino quickly at risk of loading the bases.
And Tino's only issued 2 walks all season. Runner goes, swing and a miss.
And Herman had the chance to go for the pickoff, but elected not to make the throw, as the runner kind of stranded himself in between first and second.
But Alanis has worked this count full. 3-2, 2 away. That one popped into the infield. Esplin makes the grab. Roosevelt gets out of a bases loaded jam, strands 2 runners, but Mason City takes the lead as we head to the top of the third. Top of the third action, Roosevelt looking to respond to Mason City after they took the lead in the bottom of the second. Up to bat is Andrew Swanda. Struck out his last time up. And first pitch swinging, and he's aboard with the leadoff single after that one.
Swanda immediately makes hard contact on a sharp dinger that lines its way out into left center. Quickly a single for the Roughriders as the big man Jonah Calderon steps up to the plate.
Calderon grounded to short his last time up. 0 for 1 today. But had a pair of singles his last time. Or last game, rather. Pickoff attempt, but runners it safe.
Calderon, you got to look to get on base and hopefully try to drive in some more runs.
Pitch way outside.
Since Andrew's only on first, really not a good chance of getting an RBI with a knock here, so I think this is a bit of a pass the baton situation for him.
On deck is George Bell. Fouled back.
Count now even at 1-1.
So you mentioned the speed for Swanda. Swanda only one stolen base this season.
Not a guy who likes taking them.
And takes a strike. Low and away. Now down 1-2. Miller delivers. That one smack foul. Nice grab by Coach Wee.
Showing a bit of that fielding prowess.
Barehanded. Dugout. Roosevelt dugout sharing a laugh.
Coach still got it.
We'll do it again, 1-2. That one's outside.
Good
Evens the count here.
Calderon trying to move the batting lineup. Pickoff attempts made by Miller.
Calderon only drawing a singular walk this year.
He prefers to put the ball in play.
2-2 count. Miller sets, delivers. That one driven into the infield for one. Throw to first. In time.
Calderon tries to put the ball in play, but it does not work out for him as he grounds it right to the shortstop, who turns it to second and flips to first for the double play.
And after a leadoff single for Swanda, Calderon grounds into a double play.
The Riders, with their momentum, quickly silenced.
Now George Bell stands in, takes a first pitch strike. He singled last time up. And that was the first double play Mason City's turned all year.
Good job by Mason City after...
And that ball lodged into the gate.
Wow.
And just now falls.
After
shows the exit velo by George Bell.
After a particularly difficult defensive outing in the first game of the doubleheader, looks like Mason City is really trying to flip this whole game on its head.
Some sound fundamental baseball now. That one's popped in the air. Playable for Baker, and he'll make the grab. Brayden Miller retires the side in order after Jonah Calderon grounds into double play. One hit in this inning, but Roosevelt still down 3-2, so we head to the bottom of the third. Welcome back, bottom of the third action. Leading off for Mason City is first baseman Brayden Baker. Recorded the last out last inning. He was hit by a pitch last time up. Be looking to increase Mason City's lead. Dino Alanis still out there. First pitch strike.
Alanis, who was able to work his way out of a jam.
That one's driven into left and giving it a run, but unable to make the grab is Klo in left.
A mix-up there by Gostomski and Klo, as neither was quite sure who was going to take the ball, and it results in it plooping down between both of them.
Blooper leadoff single for Brayden Baker. Now up to bat is Owen Rickers. Singled his last time.
what should be out number one for Tino Alaniz is now quickly turned into one man on.
First pitch. Doesn't find the zone at the knees. That one's in the dirt. Sun beginning to set here in Mason City, but weather staying fairly agreeable. 68. Much better than our last series that we were at.
Yeah, those Valley games got a little chilly toward the end, but we had a good time.
And first pitch out, or pitch outside rather. Now 3-0. Alaniz has only issued 2 walks. And that one finds the zone.
Tino likely looking to ground into the double play. But he's unable.
Third walk of the year for Alaniz. And now first 2 runners are on board. Nobody out. Now Braden Miller.
Roosevelt pitching continuing to struggle as 2 men have now come aboard. And there's still no outs in the inning.
0-1 count now. Or 0 for 1 is Braden Miller. Getting ahead of myself. First pitch to Miller. And is 0-1.
Can you say announcer jinx?
Gonzalez Stratamus. Miller swings out of his shoes with that one, and a balk moves both runners into scoring position. That's a second balk of the day for Roosevelt. And that one I'm really questioning what he did.
Not to be a homer, but I definitely saw some questionable moments last game from the Mason City pitching crew.
Same exact moves off the
pretty much
off the bag, but runners in scoring position, early danger for Roosevelt. First pitch misses. One and one. Another harsh swing by Miller. Tried to send that one 350.
Alaniz maybe with a fire lit underneath him now after gives up a balk.
And that one at the knees for a strike. Sits down Miller on the backwards K. Now Evan Miller.
Alaniz now seeing the threats both behind him and to his right, trying to lock out this inning with 1 out.
Evan Miller struck out his last time up. Hoping to deliver as that one. First pitch is a strike.
Mason City looking to challenge, trying to extend their lead.
Evan Miller, only 4 RBIs this year. That one around the same location, but this time a ball.
Key that Alaniz keeps this batter in the infield.
Check swing, still in the zone.
Very key to make sure that it doesn't make its way out into the infield, because really anywhere you look, it's probably going to end up as a sacrifice fly if it makes it that far out. So critical that he keeps it inside.
Long break. Now Miller steps into the plate. 1-2. That one square in the back. Could not be more perfectly placed on the top of the 4. Now bases loaded once again.
Tino ahead in the 1-2 count, but doesn't pay it off. Makes a critical error, and now the Riders are in real danger.
Now, as the great Yogi Bear would say, deja vu all over again. As this is this second straight inning that Roosevelt's found themselves in a bases-loaded jam. Or 2 innings in this game, rather.
Like I was saying in the bottom of the second, these pitchers are trying to work for their outs. Really earn them.
And pinch hitting for Dakota Jelly is Eli Schultz. First pitch swinging is driven. Carter Clough went back and moves forward, and the ball drops under him. Throw at home in time. Get the force out.
Despite the mishap by Carter Clough in the field, he's able to make a strong throw in.
Pitch swinging
George Bell, who
is
makes it
driven. Carter Clough went back and moves
Yeah.
forward, and the ball drops under him.
Just a great
Throw at
defensive
home in time.
Unfortunately, Braden Baker
Get the
just
force out.
ran out of gas, rounding third, as he went back to tag to third after he thought for sure Clough was going to get that one.
Now up to bat is the center fielder, Rivera. First pitch in for a ball.
Justin Rivera, 2 walks in this game. Still, bases loaded. That one grounded towards Bell. He'll play it at second, but it's dropped by Perlowski. And
That's one you want back. Just wonderfully fielded by Gostomski, but not a great job on the collection by Perlowski.
That one
lead
grounded towards
increases
Bell. He'll play it at second, but it's dropped by
for Mason
Perlowski.
City after an error by Pulowski, and Justin Rivera reaches on an error, but it's enough to draw in the run as this leads now 4-2. Gabe Reese now in 1 for 2, and he grounded into double play in the first. That one hits him, and that one will draw in another run, as this one has turned into an early disaster for Roosevelt.
The inning is just slipping away from Alanis after you gotta ask if that error was just kind of a backbreaker for him. The chance to end the inning, but instead sacrifices another run after a play that should have never happened.
Now 5-2 ball game, as that one grounded to Swanda. He'll run to first, and Roosevelt finally gets out of this inning. They strand the bases loaded, but Mason City, off of defensive miscues, puts 2 runs in the third and increases their lead 5-2. Roosevelt looking to reply back in the top of the fourth. Top of the fourth, Sonny Herman up to bat, looking to respond after a disastrous inning for Roosevelt.
The Riders with some work to do after the previous inning saw Mason City score 2 runs, but without an RBI.
Multiple runners reached on error, walk and a hit by pitch. That one driven into center field, playable for Rivera, and he drops this one actually. Very careless with that one, and Herman will reach on will certainly be an error.
After Rivera reaches on a dropped ball by Perlowski, Herman is able to reach next to a dropped ball by Rivera.
That one driven into center field, playable for Rivera.
Very far and a nonchalant.
And he drops this one actually.
Run towards
very
there.
careless.
And passes the baton to Carter Clough, hoping to redeem himself. He was hit by a pitch his last time up. Out pitch way outside. And Mason City leads atop 4A in errors, third most. But that really has not shown this game. It showed the first game, but not this one.
Yeah, no. We've seen a team that has seen to make a lot of defensive tweaks, and if we're disregarding that error that Rivera just made recently, it's been a sharp outing.
1-0 to Clough. That one way upstairs, above the head. And meeting at the mound is look like the catcher Jelly called time. After the meeting, we'll resume play. Herman's at first. Nobody out here. 2-0 count. Actually, Joe Suisau, courtesy runner. That pitch way outside, and Suisau nonchalantly moving to second, and just, I mean,
takes a light trot to second base.
Very, very confident that Shelley was not going to throw, even though very well could have.
I think I've seen power walkers go quicker than that.
But now runner in scoring position after the wild pitch, and Vance Anderson really wanted that pickoff attempt. Third ball to Clough.
Stands in.
That one catches the bottom of the zone. 3-1. Braden Miller has issued 8 free passes this season. And issues the 9th this year. First 2 runners reach, and now Bo Gostomski stands in. He struck out his last time up.
Roosevelt looking to turn this game around.
First pitch to Gostomski from Miller. That one's lined, grounded, and unable to make the play is Birding, and he'll elect the force out at third.
What could have been potentially an inning worsening double play. Let's put it that. Turns into just one out on the fielder's choice as the third baseman, Birding, is unable to make the play.
And Schwiestau out at the force of third. Now Klo at second. Deskomsky at first. That one's way up to Perlowski.
Perlowski looking to send one into the outfield and make this game a closer affair.
0 for 1 today. But coming into this here, plenty of RBIs, pickoff attempt, and Klo nonchalantly into second. That one was a rather closer play
today
than it needed to be.
But coming into this
Miller
here,
completely makes
plenty
the
of RBIs,
windup
pickoff
and then
attempt,
throws to
and
second base.
Klo.
That one way outside, gets past Jelly, and both runners move up 90 feet.
It's times like this that I wish we had a rules analyst, because I'd really like to reach to him on that one.
And it did look like his movement. I mean, if we be able to take a look again later, but runners move up to third and second for Mace Perlowski. That one fouled back. We take another look at that one.
But coming
And
into this here, plenty of RBIs,
Was
pick off
fully in
maybe-
the windup.
and Klo nonchalantly
Maybe perhaps didn't
into
cross
second.
third
One today.
Okay.
third base side.
Okay.
So, and Perlowski swings through that one.
At the end of the day, we're not the umpires making the calls.
Yeah, we are not on the field.
We are just the humble commentators.
2-2 count to Perlowski. One away. Klo at third, Deskomsky at second. That one catches the outside part of the zone for the strikeout. 2 away.
Number 2, Jake Esplin.
Jake Esplin hoping to add another RBI to his tally. Trying to crawl back in this one. Esplin, 11 RBIs. And can tie this. He has 3 homers to his name. Tied for 5th in homers amongst 4A hitters. That one's a strike. Esplin's 1 for 2. He doubled in the first.
With a great chance to score some runners here, but with 2 outs.
That one fouled. Now Roosevelt down to the last strike in the inning. And the umpire's going to call a balk, it seems. That's 3 balks in this game alone.
That is not something you see every day.
And instead of an 0-2 count and 1 strike away from getting out of this, run scores. Klo comes around to score, and now Deskomsky moves to third. 5-3 ball game.
And I'm kind of scratching my head there.
Swings through that one.
I think that might have thrown off maybe Esplin's rhythm too.
1-2 now. And scorekeeper's just as confused as I am. Now officially a 1-2 count. And that one down for 2-2 now. And staying alive is Esplin. 2 men out, 2-2 count. And that one fouled, playable for Baker, who wants it, and Baker unable to make the play at the fence.
You
We'll
had
do it
three
again.
boys from Mason City hustling him to make that play. The second baseman, Anderson, looks like he wanted that one most of all.
Yeah, he's probably had the best chance of the three, as Reese from right also trying to make that one. We'll do it again. 2-run lead for Mason City after the Balk scores in a run. 5-3, 2-2. Swing and a miss. Second strikeout for Braden Miller in this inning. And Strands, the runner at third. Still a 5-3 ball game. And Roosevelt replies as we head to the bottom of the fourth. Welcome back. New pitcher on the mound for Roosevelt, Andrew Swanda. And those were his stats coming in to the Valley Series, as improved those stats after a dominant outing. And he's pitched 9 innings, 2.33 ERA, 1.67 WHIP, has 9 Ks to his name.
Yeah, Swanda has, in a lot of ways, looked like Roosevelt's ace to start the season, and it looks like they're leaning on him to try to close out this game, but still with a long way to go.
Some confusion here as Ump and head coach Mason City finally done talking. Lincoln Birding up to bat. He's 1 for 2. Flew out his last time. Swanda's first pitch of the game. Upstairs.
Swanda standing in. Oh.
Swanda steps off the mound there. Resets. And delivers. Again. High. 2-0.
Two balls, no strikes.
And Swanda in a whole 3-0 now. That one finds the strike zone. 3-1.
high smack.
That one skied. And making the play is the new first baseman, George Bell. Bell
like
moving to first, and Smithson now in third. An
like
impressive out.
He almost trouted out into the stands there. Caught one from the fan who wanted the free foul ball.
Very weird layout here, but Birding retired. Now big man Braden Baker stands in. Swings through that one. Big hack. 0-1.
Baker, the sophomore, struggled to start the season, batting a bit below the Mendoza line, but trying to collect a hit today.
Another big hack, quickly down 0-2.
And that pitch makes for a ball. Brings the count to 1-2. Call strike three.
The bottom of the zone. Strikeout looking for Baker. Quickly 2 away.
Swanda already off to a stronger start than the pitchers we've seen before him in this game. Hoping that this momentum can continue and they can continue to usher in a scoring drought for the Riverhawks.
And that one gets him high and inside. And
I'll keep my mouth closed.
yeah, unfortunate miscue there, as
they can continue
that one got him really
scoring
close up and
for
in.
the Riverhawks.
And that one
Just
gets
barely
him
missing
high
his
and
head.
inside.
That's a scary one.
Hoping
Thank goodness he's okay. And Swanda will try to recover. Roosevelt bench trying to encourage Swanda after giving up a very dangerous hit by pitch.
Braden Miller, pitcher on the mound, 0 for 2, and his at-bats with the strikeout. Evens the count here at 1-1. Owen Rickers aboard with a hit by pitch.
Called strike 2. One pitch away from ending the inning.
A rather quick outing, as the previous innings have been very long.
Full of ups and downs today for the Roosevelt pitching staff.
And that one gets past Herman.
And the runner considers 2,
Now,
but puts on the brakes after rounding second.
wild pitch by Swanda. Moves the runner to second. Still 2 outs here. That one line towards Bell, but he'll gather this one for the 3rd out. 1 runner stranded, and Roosevelt maintains this one. Still 5-3. Mason City up. So we head to the top of the 5th. Rylan Malloy up to bat. 0 for 2 today, 1 for 2 today, rather. Had that RBI double in the first. Start off Roosevelt scoring here. It's been rather uneventful since, as they only scored 1 in the fourth via balk.
Yeah, bats have gone cold for the Roughriders after a first game which saw them lighting up the scoreboard.
Mercy ruled them in the 6th. That one's foul.
Well struck, but skies in the parking lot.
StatCast had that one at 96 miles per hour off the bat.
Oh, wow. Thank you to StatCast.
If only we had such a thing. 1-2.
StatCast.
That one's in.
Rules analyst.
Do we create a wish list for this season?
We'll get hooked up with New York next.
Yep.
Debate the cause.
Rules analyst, multiple camera angles. A camera that's ours. 2-2. That one fouled back again.
And that one might be hitting a car. Rylan Malloy out for windshields in this at-bat.
Glad I moved the car farther away. One of the first things arriving here was hey, you're going to want to park somewhere else. Shows how often foul balls reach the parking lot and cause damage, as Malloy works his count full.
A very close ball called there, and
Stone cold take.
Bravely taken. Roosevelt dugout hyping up Malloy.
3-2. Swings through that one. 4th strikeout on the day for Braden Miller. Now Andrew Swanda up to bat. 1 for 2 today. He singled his last time up.
The Roosevelt offense still looking for a shot of energy that hasn't been there since the first inning, frankly.
Braden Miller has pitched a gem so far. That one's down.
Yeah, if you disregard that first inning and that weird balk call, it's been a pretty excellent day for him.
Has shut down this Roosevelt offense. That one driven into left field, fair, and Swanda hustling around first will head to second. And this play at second is not in time.
Swanda trips up at second base and almost doesn't land.
One driven into left field, fair, and Swanda hustling around first will head to second.
Swaps out his gloves with Coach Wee.
And this play
Very close.
at second, it's not in time. That one driven into left field, fair.
Get the ball in quickly.
And Roosevelt trying to put it back on the scoreboard after a nice double by Swanda gives them what could potentially be the spark they need.
Courtesy runner for Swanda, as he's now the pitcher. Still deciding is Coach Wee.
Coach Wee massaging his chin
as he contemplates that decision and elects for Swanda to stay there. He's still looking at the dugout to see who he wants.
Giving him a
and
hard
looks like he's going to pick Carson Clausen, as he put a helmet on. He's the only one who put a helmet on in the dugout. But so far, he's going to elect for Swanda to stay out there.
A funny exchange there between Coach Wee and the dugout.
Calderon's first pitch drills him in the back. And a hard 90. Now after Rylan Malloy strikes out, next two runners reach for George Bell.
George Bell with a home run on the year is trying his best to maybe put some runs back on.
George Bell 1 for 2 today. Comes in a moment to claw back into this game. 5-3. Runners at second and first. And Carson Clausen takes off the helmet. Looks like for sure Swanda will be in to be responsible for his own run.
You might be on the mound, but that doesn't mean you don't have to base run.
Him and Claypool have been one of the few pitchers to exclusively run the bases.
Yeah.
Still waiting the first pitch to Bell after the mound meeting. Anderson really wants that pickoff attempt. First pitch misses upstairs.
Yeah, Anderson clapping his glove, saying, "Gimme, gimme, gimme," but Miller elects to stand firm.
He's been doing that all game, really emphatic each time.
He does it again.
That one's down, 2-0.
Swanda just, like, looks like he's getting a sandwich between the infield there.
I've noticed that the infielders, Rickers and Anderson, will tap gloves after every pitch.
Likely a bit of chemistry between that duo.
Don't do it this time, as I pointed out, but
Oh, man.
3-0 to Bell. Again, Bell, one of the more prolific batters at drawing walks. And that one way outside, but finds his own.
Bell hoping to load the bases and bring up Sonny Herman.
Herman has reached both times. That one finds his own.
A high strike two called.
Braden Miller has worked this count full with one away here in top of the fifth.
George
Herman
Bell
on deck.
likely needing to swing this upcoming pitch.
And surviving is Bell. Fouls that one off. Do it again.
Bell finally, on the sixth pitch of the at-bat, makes his first swing.
Very patient hitter is Bell. And we'll do it again. Counts full. That one skied. Playable for Anderson. Still going back. And basket catch in front of him.
Launch angle got away from George as he skies it way high into the infield and comes down for out number two.
Bell popped that one up, and now Sonny Herman. Now with two away, last chance for the Riders to put some runs in this inning. Herman's walked and reached on an error. That one outside in the outside part of the strike zone. 0-1.
Herman with a big responsibility here. The chance to get his team back within scoring distance.
That one popped up again towards Anderson, and he'll make the grab. Braden Miller strands two runners, and no damage done. Mason City still up 5-3 as we head to the bottom of the fifth. Bottom of the fifth action. Evan Miller up to bat for the Riverhawks. 0 for 1 with a K. Was hit by a pitch and did come around to score in the third. Looking to kick off this bottom of the fifth with his first hit of the game. Swanda's first pitch is in there. Oh, 1. Fouled back. Miller down 0-2.
Sharply fouled to the backstop.
In the dirt, 1-2. Can certainly feel every foul ball that hits this fence as it's connected to the press box.
Yeah, we've we've been immersed in this game. Let's just say.
Swing and a miss. Miller sat down, and Swanda, second strikeout of this outing. Third, rather.
Well done
and
by
quickly
Swanda.
Went away.
Knocks out the first man and makes his job easier. Still the base is empty.
Pinch hitter for Jelly. It's number 24. Bennett Miller.
Swanda deals and swing and a miss.
Miller swinging out of his shoes with that one. Miller is 1 for 15 this year. Has 2 RBIs and 6 walks. And again, swings for that one. Has 7 strikeouts to his name. Now down 1-2. And he sat down for the 8th time this season via the strikeout. 2 strikeouts in a row for Andrew Swanda. Now Justin Rivera up to bat. 2 walks and reached on error. Still looking for his first recorded at bat.
Swanda throwing good pitches so far in this inning. Has recorded 2 outs. And the bases still stand empty as Rivera steps up.
1-0 to Rivera. Swing and a miss.
Rivera takes a towering strike, but does not find the baseball.
Opted to swing at that one. Rivera still searching for his first hit of the series. That one bounces. 2-1.
One of their most productive hitters throughout the season so far, but has gone cold through this doubleheader.
Still finding his way on the base paths. 2-1. Nice take by Rivera. 3-1 now. 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. So the sun has set here. 9:30. 64 degrees now.
Getting a little cooler in Mason City as Rivera draws the walk.
2-out walk by Andrew Swanda. Now Gabe Reese stands in.
Man finally aboard for Mason City, and Andrew Swanda finally feeling a bit of pressure in this inning.
Reese is 1 for 2 today. Grounded into that controversial double play in the first and was hit by a pitch.
First pitch is in for a ball.
One-0 to Reese. Man on first. 2 outs away in this inning as that one outside. Now ahead 2-0.
And what do you make of Roosevelt's offensive struggles following the first inning?
It's really puzzling how quickly the bats can go cold as that one's popped and playable for Smithson. to record the last out. A 2-out walk issued by Swanda, but no damage done. We'll head to the top of the 6th. Roosevelt still searching to tie it up 5-3. Top of the 6th action. Take some time to give a special thanks to Central Campus for this equipment. Reminder to listen to 88.1 KDPS, where variety lives in Des Moines. And thank you to the Tech Lending Department of Iowa State, and reminding you to innovate at Iowa State. 5-3 ball game. Top of the 6th here. Roosevelt still searching to get the bats hot after, and that one grounded to second by Patton, and unable to get the grab on it is Vance Anderson.
Jakari Patton on his horse shows off the wheels and speeds his way down the first base line. Makes the board safely.
And Jakari Patton pinch hitting for Carter Clough.
Wow, that's some real speed shown there by Patton.
And likely reaching on an error on that play. But he's aboard, and Roosevelt will take anything that they can get.
When your offense is this cold, it really doesn't matter. You'll be thankful for it.
Komsky's 0 for 2. Pickoff attempt, unsuccessful.
The Roosevelt dugout trying to stay hopeful as they continue to cheer on their batters.
Providing some energy into this field that has been very
largely
tame,
quiet. Yeah.
Very tame today.
Not a very active day at the Mason City baseball field.
And a very sizable crowd here even. But Roosevelt providing the energy today. 2-0 count to Gostomski. Taken for a strike.
Patton takes a lead off first.
2-1. That one inside. 3-1 now. Braden Miller has pitched 5 innings in this one, only allowing that clunker of an inning in the first, but has been solid throughout. That pitch finds itself in the zone, and he's worked this count full.
And if you're Mason City, you'll take that. Shaky first innings happen all the time, but it's really about how you bounce back, and Miller has bounced back in almost every way.
Full count. That one's golfed, and in the air to Anderson. Patton back, and he's out. Really unfortunate for him, as he was caught between first and second. As we take a look here.
That one's golfed, and
pretty unlucky
in the air to Anderson. Patton back, and he's
outfield.
out.
Now 2 away now.
Mace Perlowski with not much to play for at the moment. No men aboard.
That pitch is high.
Just a really frustrating day offensively for Roosevelt after such a high-flying afternoon.
They scored 14 runs in the first game, but since then, only 3 runs on 5 hits in this game.
And it was like I was saying earlier in the day, close to the end of that blowout of a game, game 1, as long as Mason City came back and they regrouped and they made it to game 2 razor focused.
That one's tapped towards Rickers, throw to first in time. Braden Miller, continued excellence in this game, retires the side. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. Mason City up 5-3. Bottom of the 6th action. Mason City has maintained this 5-3 lead since the 4th inning.
And an ugly offensive outing shown so far by Roosevelt, as I'd say bats going cold is an understatement. They've been silenced.
An aggressive swing. And that ball fouls off him. And this might be a pinch hitter.
Swanda stands in with the 1-1 count. Deals away.
That one's tapped towards Perlowski. Make the grab, throw to first. That ball gets away from Bell. Aboard safely is Max Lang.
And now they're just making mistakes all over the place. In the field, at the plate, on the mound. It's like this is just a team that's completely out of rhythm, out of sync.
And Lang reaches on an error.
And which should be a routine chopper to second instead turns into an error. And it's looking like echoes of the first series against Southeast Polk.
And Roosevelt knocked out of rhythm so far. Still trying to keep this a 5-3 game as they head to their final 3 outs in the 7th. Pitches outside. Lincoln Birding 1 for 3 today. That one gets past Herman. And a wild pitch moves Lang to second.
And if I'm Coach Wee, I'm just a little perplexed as to how things have really spun out of control for Roosevelt in a short amount of time today.
Smithson moves into the infield grass for a possible bunt attempt.
Watching the man on second.
And that another wild pitch gets past Herman, and 3 wild pitches from Swanda's outing so far. That one moves Lang to third. Still nobody out.
The once reliable Swanda now looking just as shaky as the rest of the team.
Infield is in now. Trying to keep this a 5-3 ball game. 3-0 count. 2 birding. Right down the middle for a strike.
And that's one that you need after some really sloppy sequences all over the Roosevelt field. A strike it's good for regaining control.
That one's grounded towards Smithson. Throw home and caught in the rundown is Lang. Herman throws to third, gets the lead runner out. Impressive defense by Roosevelt.
Something of a return to form.
Go home
showing shades of their
and
old
caught
identity.
in the rundown
Smithson
is
and
Lang.
execute a
Herman
perfect
throws to
sequence
third, gets
to
the
get
lead
the
runner out.
Unfortunate for Lincoln Birding. And fielder's choice. And he reaches a board.
And just good heads-up play there by Smithson. Could have gone for the easy out at first, but decided to spare the run.
Diving play and maintains this 2-run lead for Mason City as they look forward to the 7th to tie this one or take the lead. That one catches the bottom of the zone, evens the count to Braden Baker. 1 for 2 today with a strikeout. He's hit by a pitch in the first. And Swanda steps off. Uttered something to the second base umpire, or perhaps to himself. 1 away here, 1-1 count. That one finds the zone. Ahead 1-2.
Swanda looking for the strikeout or the inning-ending double play.
Digging deep after a shaky start. And Herman throws to second, and luckily Gostomski just selecting to keep that one from getting into center field.
And Herman
play
throws to second, and luckily Gostomski
gave the runner
just
enough time and throw was off target.
2-2 count now. Runner at second. Swing, and Gostomski throw to first in time. 2 away now.
Solid play by Gostomski. Fields it cleanly and records the out. Good fundamental baseball is what they need if they want to try to preserve this small deficit.
Now Rickers up to bat. He's 1 for 1. A walk and a hit by pitch.
Rickers is the man in scoring position, likely hoping to extend things.
That one finds the bottom of the zone. Swanda now sharp after the shaky at-bat to Lang and to Birding.
Takes a middle fastball.
That one, nice catch by Herman. Almost another wild pitch.
Herman not wanting to repeat past mistakes.
1-1 count. 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. Birding at second. Fouled.
Brings the count to 1-2.
Crucial pitch coming for Roosevelt. Trying to keep this as small of a lead as possible. 9:46 p.m. as this game has now crossed the 2-hour mark here. That one grounded towards Perlowski. Throw to first in time. First base runner gets to third, but impressive defense by Smithson gets the out in a rundown and strands the runner there at second. We'll head to Roosevelt's last 3 outs and the top of the 7th. 5-3 ball game. Top of the 7th here. Last chance for Roosevelt to come back in this one. Offense has gone cold since the 2nd. Did score via balk in the 4th, but since then, very quiet. Now Jake Esplin.
Showing a lot of sluggishness at the plate, all up and down the lineup. Roosevelt now trying to gather things and see if they can mount a very late comeback.
First pitch to Esplin. And their 4th strike.
And that is a tough call.
Braden Miller still on the mound. He's pitched 6 innings so far, only allowing 3 runs, 2 earned. It's pitched to Gem. That pitch is outside.
Yeah, he's had the entire Roosevelt lineup looking silly, as no one's really been able to get a good grasp on his pitches.
Since the 2nd inning, it's been domination, and Esplin swings out in front of that one. Now down 1-2.
If there needed to be any more clear indicator, that's it.
One, 2 now to Esplin. Miller sets, delivers. Pitch way outside. Gets past Jelly. Or new catcher in. Bennett Miller now at the plate, behind the plate rather. 2-2 count to Esplin. That one gets the back of his bat.
That's an unlucky coincidence.
So we take a look here.
2-2 count to Esplin.
Tried to move the bat
that
down,
one
but just plinks off the top
gets
of it.
the back of his bat.
Unfortunate foul ball. Still makes this 2-2. And surviving, staying alive is Esplin. Fouls that one off into the fence.
Jake had to reach out for that pitch, really extend the bat, and try to keep himself alive.
Still 2-2. Roosevelt needing 2 runs to tie this one. Down to the last 3 outs. And more successful that time is Esplin getting out of the way at that one. And
Roosevelt needing 2 runs.
Work this count full
to tie this one.
See
down
how
to the last 3 outs.
much higher this pitch needed to be for him to duck out of the way.
And more success.
Esplin now standing in with a full count.
Hoping to get the lead off man aboard. And that one drills him square in the shoulders, and Esplin feeling it. Roosevelt dugout fired up.
That's a quality at bat. Working the count long, and
I'm sure Esplin would rather have ball 4 than being hit.
Sometimes you got to make the tough plays, and that's exactly what Jake had to do. Thankfully draws one man on and gives Roosevelt a chance.
Rylan Malloy now up to bat, 1 for 3 today.
Representing the tying run.
Came off a hot game 1 now. And a really slow pitch finds its way in the zone for strike 1.
Sees that one right down the middle, but just elects not to take it.
And for me, it looked like it was moving in slow motion.
That's a meatball you gotta have. Take a bite out of it.
That one misses the zone. 1-1. Esplin taking small lead off first, not willing to risk it here late in the game, where Roosevelt down to their last 3 outs, trying to tie this one in a 5-3 ball game. Fouled, and won't be playable.
A sky-high launch angle on that pitch.
1-2 to Malloy.
Malloy wanting anything but the double play.
1-2 here. And fouls, jams him inside. Still 1-2.
Good job by the youngsters, still trying to show some fight despite being down in the count.
In a crucial moment of this game as the chilly May air makes its way down to Mason City in this 5-3 ball game, top of the 7th. Swing and a miss. Second strikeout of the day for Rylan Malloy, and first out in the 7th. Peter Swanda now up to bat. He's 2 for 3 today. And again, he represents the tying run for Roosevelt.
Swanda known to drive in big hits. And the two coaches meet to collect the pitch count.
And Swanda, or Miller rather, has pitched through 6 1/3 and is at 107 pitches, and he's near the 125 mark.
A long day for Miller.
And for high school, there is a pitch count minimum, and it looks like they'll elect to get another pitcher going. Outstanding game by Braden Miller. An absolute gem.
But this could be exactly what you're looking for if you're Roosevelt. After being stymied by Miller, you got to hope that maybe with a bullpen arm coming up to the plate, this could be what they need.
New pitcher for Mason City, Isaac Rickers. And he comes into this one in relief in a big moment. One appearance, only pitched 2/3, but no earned runs in that outing. 4.5 whip, and opponents batting .333, which is the stats you're looking for to make this interesting.
Yeah.
Whip that high.
And the Mason City fans give a well-deserved standing ovation to Miller.
Actually, 15 comes into the game, Isaac Rickers, but they're going to have him come in at third, and Lincoln Birding will be pitching now. Birding, much better stats, has appeared in 2 games, 1-0, 12 2/3 innings pitched in total, 2.21 ERA, 1.26 whip, and 18 Ks to his name. More dominant pitcher, as opponents are only batting .133 against him, and he has 1 save this season. And wind has picked up here. It's still 64, but 16-mile-per-hour winds.
Some sharp breezes coming in now, but still a rather comfortable evening.
Andrew Swanda still representing the tying run at the plate. Again, Jake Esplin still at first. He was hit by a pitch. And we'll resume this top of the 7th. 1 away here. Roosevelt down to the last 2 outs. That one's way outside. One and 0 to Swanda. That pitch gets away. Esplin will move in safely to second. Now a runner in scoring position for Andrew Swanda. So take a look at that one.
That pitch gets away. Esplin will move in
moving safely. 2-0 count now to Swanda. Big moment in this game. 3-0 now to Swanda. He's been Roosevelt's most productive hitter today in this game. 2 for 3. And perhaps Birding electing to pitch away from him as Swanda shows bunt. And Birding.
Likely trying to force ball.
And that one's in there.
Despite his best efforts to draw the walk, Birding stands in strong and draws strike one.
3-1 now.
And that is ball 4 up high.
2 runners on now, and leading run aboard is at the plate now, and Jonah Calderon. Hit by a pitch his last time, and did ground into a double play in the third.
I will refuse to call anything early, but it looks like Roosevelt has a chance. I will say a chance.
Courtesy runner is Amari Harvey Parks. In game 1 of the Valley doubleheader, he showed off some serious speed coming from first to home on a RBI single.
But was also responsible for a heartbreaking walk-off home run.
Didi was. Be looking to be a hero here and tie this game. First pitch way outside. And talked with Herman after the game, and he said that pitch was well placed by Harvey Parks, but a better hit by Colton Remick in that one. That pitch way up.
And that was just a fun ball game. Real back and forth affair that got close at the end, and
very fun series to cover.
Absolutely, just a solid game, solid pair of games from both teams.
This one, a much closer one than the first game. 5-3, 1 out here. And a pitch way up in the zone. 3-0 again to back-to-back batters.
Calderon takes that one at his elbows.
Again, Calderon has only gotten 2 walks this year. 3-0. That one way below the knees. And Birding has now walked the bases loaded.
Not having to do a whole lot of work, the Roughriders now have 3 on and only 1 out.
George Bell, 1 for 3 today, and he comes in a huge moment here as a meeting on the mound for Mason City, and you can definitely feel momentum changing now as bases are loaded for George Bell.
Bell making sure he's loose for this at-bat as he knows that there is a lot on the line right now.
Base hit will tie this game. And Birding's day is done already. Troy Rude electing to not mess around here. And
only a third of an inning today for him, but
and still responsible for 2 of the 3 runners, as Braden Miller is still responsible for Esplin at third. But after walking Swanda and Calderon, he's responsible for them at second and first. And now Owen Anderson, the senior,
let me correct that, I believe
will pitch.
Was it a third of an inning? Or was it a third of an inning he pitched?
Yeah, it was a third of an inning. He got a strikeout of Brian Malloy.
That's correct, yeah.
And since then, as we take a look at Owen Anderson's stats, he's appeared in 2 games, 1-0 record, 8 1/3 innings pitched in total, 1.68 ERA, 1.2 WHIP, and 11 Ks to his name. So equally as impressive stats as Lincoln Birding, but
hoping to close the door, but got a lot of leverage to deal with.
Again, Birding was their most trusted relief pitcher and starter, but now Owen Anderson comes in. He's appeared in 4 games, actually, started 1. Opponents batting a measly 148 against him, but he has issued 6 free passes, and that is just exactly George Bell's forte. Crucial moment here. 1 away, bases loaded, and a base hit will tie this game. George Bell stands in this 5-3 ball game. First pitch in there for a strike.
George Bell allergic to the first pitch swing.
Everyone waiting in anticipation. Both dugouts on their feet. That's into center field. And it'll be caught. Sac fly for Bell. And the ball gets away from Anderson.
The Riders
but a sac fly for George Bell. Inches closer. And it's a 5-4 ball game with 2 away.
The Riders are able to score a run off of a strong swing from George Bell. But they still have work to do, as they're down by 1 run, and now Sonny steps
into
up
center field
in the biggest moment of his season.
And it'll be caught. Sac fly for Bell.
Score
and the ball gets away from Anderson.
Mari Harvey Park still at second. He represents the tying run with 2 away. First pitch strike to Herman.
A nasty breaking ball that makes its way inside for the strike.
Herman searching for his first hit of this game. Comes at a crucial moment here. And going back to second. But nothing going.
The Roosevelt dugout getting very loud. Sonny Herman stands in.
That one's driven into left. And an impressive diving grab by Lang ends this one. A hard hit ball by Herman.
But it does not make it. Good contact, straight into the glove.
A diving grab by Max Lang ends this one, and the Roughriders unable to rally back. And they'll split this series with Mason City, and the record will now be 6-5. And Mason City improves to 7 wins on the year, 7-2-1. Your final score here, Mason City 5, Roosevelt 4. And a moment where the bases were loaded and it looked like Roosevelt was going to do it.
Roosevelt, with all the momentum in the world, had only 1 out. George Bell stepped up to the plate, got the sac fly, which was kind of what you wanted, but you didn't want the out. And then Sonny Herman, despite making some really hard contact, just couldn't quite get the spot. And it results in a loss for Roosevelt as they split the series with Mason City.
An unfortunate ending for Roosevelt. They'll look forward to next week as they're done for this week for their slate of games. They'll head back home and they'll face against their inter-conference rival, Ottumwa Bulldogs, as they head to Ottumwa. And an important game for conference standings. But your final score here, Mason City Riverhawks 5, Roosevelt 4. This has been a special presentation of Roosevelt Rough Rider Baseball. I'm Henry Gonzalez, and my partner Luke Garcia, signing off.